Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you find yourself. Welcome to the third annual Big Data China Conference. This year's conference is entitled The Turning Point, U.S. China Relations, Economic Growth, and the Race for Technology Leadership. I'm Scott Kennedy. I'm the Trustee Chair of Chinese Business and Economics here at CSIS, and I am delighted on behalf of both CSIS and the Stanford Center for China's Economy and Institutions to welcome you to this conference. We have several panels today that will look at China's economy, U.S. China relations, the tech competition. But I'm delighted that we're going to begin today's conference with a keynote address from Craig Allen, who is president of the U.S. China Business Council. There is probably no more significant person in Washington, D.C. who has been able to shape the relationship over the last several years than Craig Allen. He began his tenure in 2018 at the Council, which is a private, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization representing over 260 American companies doing business with China. Prior to joining the Council, he served as U.S. Ambassador to Brunei from 2014 to 2018. And previously, he served as Deputy Assistant Secretary for China at the Department of Commerce, as well as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Asia at the International Trade Administration. In 2002, he served as a Senior Commercial Officer at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing, and he has served elsewhere in Seattle, the Embassy in Tokyo, and at AIT in Taiwan. At the end of this month, Craig is stepping down from his tenure at the U.S. China Business Council to start a new chapter in his career. And I just want to, before I pass the baton over to him, express my gratitude for all of the efforts and leadership that he has shown over the last 6 years, as well as his entire career. I count him as one of my closest friends and a real mentor for all of us who are trying to understand the U.S.-China relationship. I asked Craig today to speak not just about U.S.-China relations as it stands at the moment, but put that in the broader context of his time at the Council and his career. He's going to offer some opening remarks, and then I'll follow up with a few questions. And like all parts of today's conference, those of you watching live can submit questions on the CSIS webpage for this event, and we will get to those soon. So Craig, let me turn things over to you and again express my sincere gratitude for not only joining us today, but for your tenure at the Council and your contribution to the U.S.-China relationship.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Scott. I am indeed departing USCBC in a few short days, but many of you will know my successor, Sean Stein, who will serve as the next president of the U.S. China Business Council. Those of you who watched the Big Data Conference last year will know that Sean Stein was the keynote speaker at that time. So it truly gives me great pleasure that CSIS, Stanford, and USCBC are so very well aligned. Let me start on a personal note. I travel to China frequently, and I dread losing contact with my family when I'm on the road. I cannot use my WhatsApp. I lose access to my regular news sources. It's hard for me to get around. I'm never sure if I'm going to be able to pay for something. And I don't have these problems anywhere else in the world. And so from a personal basis, while these issues are trivial, they are emblematic of the unintended consequences of the increasing bifurcation of information systems, and even more so of big data. So let me start out with something that everyone in this room knows very well. Last week was a tough week for U.S.-China tech cooperation. On Monday, the Department of Commerce published 200 pages of new regulations, and at the risk of oversimplifying, 140 new entity listings, 24 new technology controls, but perhaps most significant, an expansion of the foreign direct product rule over any semiconductor with no de minimis. Last week, Congress also brought pressure to bear with its own vision of how the administration national security toolbox should function. So while it's not yet finalized, we're watching the NDAA, or the National Defense Authorization Act, very closely. With regard to big data, will a version of the outbound investment rules be included? Will the Biosecure Act be concluded? Will controls on the access of AI hardware be concluded? And even if not, these issues are not going to go away. And I think it's important to point out that the congressional executive branch dynamic has enormous repercussions on policy. Congress is only pushing in one direction. They want, at least they seem to want to have additional controls on big data. We believe that a regulatory approach led by the executive branch would be more flexible and more appropriate. Watch out if legislative tools are used. So on Tuesday of last week, the response from the Chinese side on the semiconductor controls was immediate and more robust than I had expected. The Chinese response included the licensing with a presumption of denial to export to America gallium, germanium, and graphite. 4 Chinese trade associations told their members to avoid buying U.S. products. And in my view, these measures are clearly aimed at the U.S. military-industrial complex, and equally, they are designed to send a signal to both Brussels and Tokyo. A few days before that, the Chinese announced the introduction of their own foreign direct product rule, which, in my view, could potentially have profound consequences. In my view, these actions by both governments last week, reciprocal tightening measures in the name of national security, may very well indicate a new era of U.S. China bilateral technology regulations governing big data. So I think that we should not underestimate the potential impact of China's response and the introduction of the foreign direct product rule restrictions on Chinese exports to the United States. These could be collectively quite disruptive to American commerce and manufacturing. China is signaling that it can and it will respond reciprocally and perhaps asymmetrically to U.S. trade actions, and the implications are significant. As this is a big data China annual conference, let me say a couple words about the perspective of multinational companies with a presence in China. Tech is caught in the middle and increasingly compelled to bifurcate. We're at a point where companies must either localize, which allows them to capture Chinese domestic markets, or decouple, losing opportunities in China, but also reducing their business, regulatory, and reputational risks associated with doing business in China. So what's driving localization? What's driving decoupling? In both cases, it's a mixture of both policy and economics. When we look at localization, we first need to think about China's pivot from excessive real estate and infrastructure spending, a fire hose of capital going to real estate and infrastructure, to a fire hose of capital going to technology and advanced manufacturing. And here I tip my hat to Scott Kennedy for elucidating a lot of some of these trends. Under the moniker of new quality productive forces and high quality development, massive amounts of financial resources and political support have been given by the Chinese government to Chinese technology and manufacturing companies. Technology, China's planners hope, will increase individual well-being and incomes, while providing a replacement economic driver from the ailing real estate industry. Now, in a previous speech at Stanford, I've called this a form of techno-utopianism, which none of my Chinese friends have challenged or denied. A milestone on this way to a techno-utopian vision occurred about a year ago when bank credit to manufacturing surpassed bank credit to real estate. Now, from a political perspective, the pivot has been going on for a long time, but it was formalized at the 20th Party Congress when the Central Science and Technology Commission was created to give support to the new quality productive forces. China is systematically expanding R&D across almost all sciences and aggressively streamlining the commercial viability pipeline from the laboratory to companies. The Chinese are not being shy about their goals. They are aiming to leapfrog the US, European, and Japanese manufacturing, and we should not be complacent about their ability to do so. For multinational corporations, China's pivot to tech is both a challenge and an opportunity. If an MNC wishes to ride that wave, there is the possibility of doing so through localization. To capture opportunities by the tech pivot, MNCs are increasingly compelled to localize manufacturing R&D. Doing so affords them the flexibility needed to chase Chinese domestic markets and respond quickly to Chinese domestic consumers. China's advantages in talent, and I'll come back to that, scale, infrastructure, and speed, in addition to the market, make a robust and active presence in the country important to almost all multinational tech companies, local, regional, and global competitiveness. The MNC's local Chinese peers, especially Chinese private companies, are also becoming wickedly competitive. Chinese domestic markets are becoming increasingly competitive, which compounded by slower growth and excessive supply results in severe pricing pressure and the lack of healthy profits across many Chinese industries. In response, multinational companies are doubling down on quality and focusing on specialized niches where competition is not quite as fierce. But this also requires localized R&D. You can't get there without a robust Chinese R&D presence. Chinese policy also drives localization. A key example that matters for our members are barriers to entry for government and SOE procurement. Depending on the sector and the product, SOEs or state-owned enterprises might be as much as 100% of the total addressable Chinese market. I should note here parenthetically the pernicious influence of documents 79 and 551. These are both secret or 内部 documents. 551 is from the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. It's available on the internet. If you Google it, you will see that it bans imports of categories of medical and scientific equipment. Document 79 is a secret document from the State-Owned Assets and Supervision Administration and Commission of China, that is SASIC, or Guoziwei, that requires state-owned companies to remove all foreign ICT over a period of time. I do not have a copy of this document, but I see its pernicious results as SOEs cancel long-standing contracts and seek alternatives to foreign technology and products. It's interesting to note that both of these documents are not anti-American. They ban all foreign imports. USCBC has publicly called for the cancellation of the 551 and 79, and I will continue to do so. Both of these are unacceptable from a WTO perspective, and they should be canceled. An important caveat is that succumbing to localization pressure does not always equate to access to markets. Many multinational corporations still face discrimination after near total localization of their products in China. In short, the playing field is not level. It is downward sloping for SOEs and private sector Chinese companies. It is upward sloping for joint ventures or products made by China in by multinational companies, and foreign importers face the steepest upward sloping playing field. In addition, another important policy is China's AI registration rules. Multinational companies often have to partner with AI firms because US algorithms are sometimes inferior or they simply fail the registration process. So there are many reasons for foreign companies to be in China as China continues to thrive in the innovation space. So let's turn to decoupling and export controls. There's absolutely no doubt that U.S. export controls have resulted in widespread abrogation of bilateral commercial partnerships in the technology sector. There can be, this is obvious in the case of sales that have been canceled to sanctioned entities and in the case of controlled products. But U.S. export controls have had the unintended consequence of accelerating or optimizing or providing political legitimacy for China's costly technology and self-sufficiency campaigns. I once had a talk with the MIIT minister. I said to him that Made in China 2025 campaign violated every chapter of the WTO. He didn't argue or deny my assertion, but he said that may be so, but it was only because of U.S. export controls. He certainly felt that China had no choice. In addition to coinciding with the pivot from real estate to tech, export controls have created the perception that American companies are unreliable, which has precipitated active efforts by Chinese industry to delete or design out products from American firms. And this is nowhere more clear than in government or SOE procurement. Before the imposition of widespread export controls recently, many multinational corporations felt that Chinese buyers were dismissive or at best perfunctory when their government called for import substitution. That is less true now. Now, with the export controls, the potential threat of being cut off from a critical supplier leaves Chinese companies with little choice but to form new partnerships, preferably with other Chinese companies, but with European, Japanese, or Korean suppliers if possible. This has certainly benefited Chinese competitors. Look at the semiconductor industry. Naura has been a prime beneficiary of these partnerships. Their revenue has quadrupled over the last 4 years. So you could also look at the National IC Industry Fund, or the Big Fund, which has shifted its resource commitments from designing and tooling to fabrication over the course of several funding rounds. As I noted, immediately after the imposition of the most recent export controls, Chinese trade associations have called for the removal of Chinese products in China's supply chain. The Cybersecurity Administration of China has called for a review of some American suppliers. So let me just say, let me conclude with a couple of remarks. Business is getting much more difficult. We are very concerned about our ability to do due diligence in China, and we're very concerned about our ability to be a consistent supplier to Chinese tech companies. On the due diligence side, we're concerned that when we're asking questions, about end use and end user and trying to comply with the U.S. regulations, that we might be running into Chinese regulations, such as the state secret law or the anti-espionage law or other laws. So in the due diligence process, there is increasing risk and compliance costs are going up. With regard to the consistency of supply, it's just very difficult to assure Chinese suppliers that they will not get on the unreliable entities list or the entities list, and that we can guarantee future supply. It's very difficult, but we are not walking away. And the main reason that we are not walking away is talent. And that is probably the biggest issue that most multinational most multinational tech companies face in doing business in China. Talent, Chinese talent is essential. It used to be only for the localization of products. Now, more and more, it is required that Chinese, American, or multinational companies maintain an R&D presence in China to keep up with the innovative trends in the Chinese market, which is necessary for their domestic China, their bilateral, their regional, and indeed their global competitiveness. So multinational companies are facing great strain, and I don't expect that to mitigate in the near future. I expect this to be more difficult tomorrow than it is today, and I do expect that we will be able to continue to do business in China, in the high-tech sectors, and that it is critical for American companies and European and Japanese companies to be in China. But this is not going to get easier. I expect it will only get harder. Thank you very much, Scott.
Well, thank you, Craig. Really appreciate those opening remarks. You paint a quite challenging picture where businesses are being squeezed both by Beijing and by Washington. And we only have a few minutes left in this session, but I wanted to ask a couple questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
This dynamic where you've got Washington and Beijing coming out with measures targeting the other in response to the other. That dynamic we've seen expand dramatically over the time that you've been at the council and beforehand. And previously, the U.S. and China have never been always like the best of friends. They've always had differences between them. Where do you see the dynamic having changed, where we went from 2001 WTO entry, where U.S. investment was growing in China, bilateral trade was growing, et cetera. Where it was the fork in the road, or the forks in the road, that brought us to the dynamic that you described in your remarks?
I remember when I was a young Foreign Service officer, I would go into MIIT with my copy of the WTO regulations. MIIT colleagues would have their copy of the WTO regulations, and I would say to them that the WTO does not allow you to do this type of technology inducement. And they would look at their copy of the WTO, and they would say the WTO does not allow us to do it, and therefore we're going to try these innovative WTO silent measures, and the race was on. I would say that there is a relationship to the geopolitical insecurity and the increasing geopolitical tensions, where both sides are effectively preparing for conflict and want to use to instrumentalize technology to keep ahead of the other from a national security perspective. And that is becoming more and more pronounced since, say, over the last 12 years. Certainly, the South China Sea issues accelerated that. Certainly, Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine accelerated that, both in 2014 and in 2022. And more recently, we saw a big step up just last week in this process. And so I think that both sides are digging in, and that just makes the routine management of these businesses just much more difficult, even at the time where we have so much more to share and so much more. The Chinese are more and more innovative and have more to offer the world and foreign companies as partners, joint venture partners, or as suppliers, as well as a market. So there's a huge irony here, that the more we have to offer each other, the more the restrictions are preventing us from doing so. And I think that for those who enjoy a good contradiction, let's just savor that for a moment.
Yes. Uh, I wonder, if you had all the powers in the world, and were the emperor of everything, and could adjust American policy as you want. You know, of course, you want the U.S. to protect its national security. You also want the U.S. to be prosperous. Uh, Managing the tensions between those is not easy. And there may be some in the national security community in the U.S. who says we have no choice but to do these things because of the national security risk.
Yep.
Is there a different way to think about the business relationship with China that encourages business to continue to move forward and address American national security concerns? That seems to be where the rub is.
So I think you put your finger on it. I think that the Biden administration did a very good job at balancing our needs, our commercial needs with the national security imperative. And I have great confidence that the incoming Trump administration will recognize the economic importance of a fulsome relationship, economic relationship with China, despite the calls for tariffs and whatnot. I would encourage both governments to have a serious talk about national security risks and clearly delineate what is go and what is no go. Right now, the expansion of export controls by both countries is accelerating. And if we do not arrest that acceleration, then it will become more and more difficult for the two big data companies or systems to coexist. I think that both governments should agree that we do not want to bifurcate IT systems. We do not want to bifurcate code. We do not want to bifurcate our technology innovation ecosystems. But that is the direction in which we are headed, and I would plead for both governments to consider the costs of that, to discuss in a more realistic manner both the geopolitical risks and how we mitigate those risks so that businesses have clear guidelines on what they can do rather than having to guess what the future may hold. Right now, we're kind of in the worst of all possible worlds, where we're anticipating that what is legal on Tuesday might not be legal on Wednesday, and we're adjusting our forecasts as such. And I would say exactly the same thing is true for Chinese companies interested in doing business in America. And the value that we lose, the opportunity costs of that are very, very high, even though they're not clear, they're not exact, but they're very, very, very high in both countries, and even more so in the developing world, the global south, which requires really more so than China and America, robust growth from China and America as the twin economic engines of growth. If both engines of global economic growth sputter, the world's going to be in a much worse place than we are right now.
Let me see if we could end this on a positive note. So in your time at the council, you've faced a lot of challenges, things that you wish may have gone differently. But you've also had probably a lot of high points, people that you've met or moments that are touching, things that you've seen, successes. Can you think of one moment or event that was particularly positive and that you're going to remember for the rest of your career?
Well, I remember, Scott, when you and I began our collaboration 5 or 6 years ago, we did an innovation event at CSIS. It was a great event. And I think that that type of dialogue, that type of discussion is more important today than it was then. China is extremely innovative. America is extremely innovative. We are intertwined. Indeed, we are entangled. So let's have more discussions of that type and figure out how we maximize the benefits while recognizing with very clear eyes the national security threats that are engaged. And let us focus particularly on global public goods, which are so obvious, including climate change, public health, food, safety, anti-proliferation, anti-narcotics. There's so much that the U.S. and China can do together. And indeed, we have a moral obligation to explore that. With great power competition, let us not rule out great power cooperation.
Well, Craig, thank you for those remarks, for launching the conference today, and also, again, for your contributions at the council and in the relationship here in Washington. We look forward to the next chapter in your work and keeping in touch. For everyone watching, we're going to take a short break right now. We will be back with a panel on U.S. China relations in just about 10 minutes. So stay tuned. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Scott. Bye now.
Hello again, this is Scott Kennedy, Trustee Chair in Chinese Business and Economics here at CSIS. I'm delighted to launch the first panel for today's Big Data China conference entitled Charting U.S. China Relations, Key Challenges and Choices for the Incoming Administration. I'm going to introduce our guests in just a second, and then we're going to have a roundtable discussion about some of the challenges and opportunities that the U.S. and China face in the coming years. We will mainly look forward, but we're also going to look back at where the relationship has come, and we're going to look at the security relationship, economics, and politics, and to help us in this Big Data China conference look at U.S.-China relations, I'm joined by three of the world's leading experts on the relationship. Let me introduce each of them now briefly. Dennis Wilder is Senior Fellow of the Initiative for U.S.-China Dialogue on Global Issues and Assistant Professor of Practice in Asian Studies in the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. Wilder served as National Security Council's Director for China from 2004 to 2005, and then as the NSC Senior Director for East Asian Affairs from 2005 to 2009, which included a series of presidential trips to Asia, notably the 2008 Beijing Olympics. He then served from 2009 to 2015 as the senior editor of the President's Daily Brief, probably the most important document created in the U.S. government each day. From 2015 to 2016, he served as the CIA's Deputy Assistant Director for East Asia and the Pacific. We're also joined today by Bonnie Glaser, who is the Managing Director of the German Marshall Fund's Indo-Pacific Program. She's also a non-resident fellow with the Lowy Institute in Sydney, Australia, and a senior associate with the Pacific Forum. And she is co-author of U.S.-Taiwan Relations, Will China's Challenge Lead to a Crisis, which was published by Brookings Press last year. She was a colleague of mine at CSIS for almost 2 decades, first in the International Security Program, then the Freeman Chair in China Studies, and she was the founding director of the China Power Project. And last but not least, Wendy Cutler, who is the Vice President of the Asia Society Policy Institute and the Managing Director of the Asia Society's Washington, D.C. office. In these roles, she focuses on leading initiatives that address challenges related to trade, investment, and innovation, as well as women's empowerment in Asia. She joined ASPI following nearly 3 decades as a diplomat and negotiator in the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, where she also served as acting deputy USTR. She's worked on a range of issues over her career on bilateral, regional, and multilateral levels, including the U.S.-Korea Free Trade Agreement, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, U.S.-China negotiations, and the WTO financial service negotiations. I want to thank each of you for joining us today for this 3rd annual Big Data China conference. I've prepared some questions which I've circulated in advance to our panelists. Those of you watching can, if you'd like, go to the web page for this event on csis.org and submit your questions as well, and we'll get to those in a little bit. But let me begin first to ask about where U.S.-China relations are and U.S. policy. So we're now nearing the end of the Biden administration. And if you were professors, and we have Dennis who does this at Georgetown for a living, but if the 3 of you were professors, what would the letter grade that you would give to the Biden administration on its handling of China policy, and why? Would they get right? Would they get wrong? Let's start with Dennis, then we'll go to Bonnie and Wendy. Dennis, over to you.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you for allowing me to join this panel and be with my good colleagues, Bonnie and Wendy. Like a good professor, I'm not going to give you a single grade. I'm going to give the Biden administration several grades. And it's going to be on Indo-Pacific strategy, because I think China's strategy really has to be thought of in the wider context. So the easiest one, and the one where I give them an A, is revitalizing the alliances, the lattice structure that they have formed, AUKUS, Quad, all of the various things, the Japanese, South Korean improvement. Kurt Campbell was very innovative, very creative, and I really give them high marks for that. The second A I would give them is on the Sullivan Doctrine. I think small yard, high fence was long overdue. China's eaten our lunch by borrowing, and stealing emerging technologies over the years to jumpstart PLA modernization. And I think we've put U.S. industry on notice now that you've got to protect American secrets. On economic strategy, and I don't know if Wendy will agree with me, I give the administration a gentleman's C. I think they have allowed domestic politics to dilute what we could do with our friends on the economic side. Consequently, I think we've got an unbalanced East Asia strategy or Indo-Pacific strategy, and our allies and partners wonder if we're truly invested in their well-being or just using them for our fight with China. And finally, I'm going to give them a failing grade on North Korea. I think the Biden team has had benign neglect on this subject. I don't think we've tried very hard with the Chinese on this subject. And consequently, we have allowed the North Koreans to rapidly advance their ballistic missile and nuclear capabilities. There's been no creativity that I've seen in our approach on this subject. And North Korea now has a strategic partner in Russia. Kim is emboldened, and I really worry about the future on that particular question.
All right. Well, thank you for your mixed report card. Let's go over Bonnie Glaser now and check out what her report card shows for the Biden administration. Bonnie, over to you.
Thanks for including me, Scott, and great to share the stage with Dennis and Wendy. I think professors do have to give one grade, an overall grade. So I'm gonna do that, but I will give you some examples of what I think were very successful policies and some that were less successful. My overall grade will be a B+, and I will agree with Dennis. The lattice work, the centrality of allies in the Indo-Pacific region, the newly established U.S. Japan Korea mechanism. We all hope that survives, but of course we have changing domestic politics both in Japan and Korea. AUKUS, the U.S. Japan Philippines Australia mechanism. So all of that I think was a success. I think management of China's aggression in the South China Sea, I would also give them high marks. I think that the Biden administration has worked very closely with the Philippines while letting them take the lead, but reassuring Manila that they had U.S. support and enabling Manila to really stand up and defend its own interests, which was Marcos's predilection, but I think he needed U.S. support and he got it. I also think another success was using summits with Xi Jinping effectively. So each one of these summits, Biden administration officials went into them setting priorities. So for example, at Woodside, the mill-mill relationship and cooperation on fentanyl. At Lima, there was this agreement to not rely on AI in decision-making regarding nuclear weapons use. So those are the things that I think are particularly successful. I think Taiwan was very much a mixed bag. I think the visit by Nancy Pelosi was not well managed. It gave the PRC an opportunity to alter the status quo in the Taiwan Strait in very consequential ways. But I think the strategic channel was subsequently used between Sullivan and Wang Yi to establish an understanding on Taiwan that really held until Lai Ching-te was elected and inaugurated. And also on Taiwan, I give the administration high marks for persuading countries in Europe and Asia that they have stakes in the preservation of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and should do more to contribute to deterrence. And we have seen some real, I think, progress there. I'm going to cite very quickly two things where I think that the Biden administration did not do well or fell short. One was the balloon episode. I really think that was a debacle. And I blame China for this also, but I really don't think that it was managed well. We were shooting down weather balloons out of the sky at the end of that episode. And then I think the administration didn't give sufficient resources to developing the necessary military capabilities for defending our interest in the Indo-Pacific. And deterrence requires credible threats. And I think that there needs to be more done in the next administration. That's it. Back to you, Scott.
Terrific. Wow. One overall grade, but you broke it down very nicely and carefully. Wendy, what's your report card show?
So I'm going to repeat what just confirm what Bonnie said, because overall I'd give them a B+. I'm going to focus on kind of the econ engagement. And here I would just give kudos to the administration for working with our allies and partners on economic issues, as well as not just blaming China, but taking steps to increase our competitiveness at home. I think that's an important piece of any U.S. China policy. That said, there are a few areas where I think there have been some shortcomings on the economic side, and I would just flag three. The first would be the lack of an overall market opening trade agenda, not offering market access to our partners in the Indo-Pacific and around the world. And without offering that market access, and I've heard, the administration say, well, our tariffs are so low, et cetera. That's besides the point, because other countries want that. And I think that if we could have offered market access, even if in some limited sectors, that could have kind of changed the dial and, made let us establish closer ties with Indo-Pacific countries. Second, I applaud the engagement that the Biden administration pursued in the second half of the administration with China, but a bit disappointed that particularly in the econ groups, I didn't really see a lot of deliverables. I understand it's important to have a venue to discuss issues of common concern, that they're great fora to kind of give early warning on things that are coming down the pike to hopefully reduce misunderstanding. But that said, particularly in the commercial dialogue, you never really heard anything about it. And I'm kind of surprised that even kind of incremental deliverables could not be achieved. And finally, I would have hoped that the Biden administration would have been able to reduce some of the Trump tariffs or eliminate some of them, particularly on consumer goods. And there, I think the Biden team kind of waited way too long to complete the tariff review exercise. And as a result, when they were ready to make announcements, it just got too close to the election season. So those are three shortcomings. But overall, I think given the cards they were dealt, they did a great job in working with China. It's not easy. It's difficult. We all know that. And so, again, I think kudos to the administration for doing what they could, given all of the constraints that they faced.
So I'm hearing, thank you, Wendy. I'm hearing from all of you on a difference between the national security agenda and the econ agenda, broadly speaking. And perhaps because of the econ agenda facing more domestic political challenges or other kinds of issues, even though you didn't give national security a perfect grade, because there's some things that they could have done better, Bonnie mentioned, with regard to spending and investment in military capabilities. Let's turn the camera to Beijing and evaluate their U.S. policy. And if you had to give them a grade, what would that be? Obviously, you've already, three of you mentioned some critical mistakes and problems that China has presented to the world. Does China have anything to brag about in terms of what they've achieved? Or has this mostly been an unmitigated disaster for them? This time, let's start with Bonnie, then we'll go to Wendy and then Dennis.
This is such an interesting question, Scott. And I think if you were to ask a Chinese expert, you'd probably get a different answer. From my perspective, I think some of their goals were achieved, but they maybe set the wrong goals. So I'm going to start by giving them a C, and I'll tell you why. So at the outset, China tried to persuade the Biden administration that the relationship should not be dominated by strategic competition and encourage the United States to return to Obama administration policies, accept the new type of major power relations. It took Beijing almost 2 years to accept that the U.S. China relationship really had fundamentally changed and that there is, in fact, a need to manage risks and prevent intense competition from veering into conflict, to use the language of the Biden administration. And so I think they wasted, frankly, quite a lot of time in the first couple of years of the administration. Second, as I said earlier, the United States used summits well. I think China also used summits effectively to achieve what was important to them, but I don't think that their goals were really the right goals from my perspective. So, optics relating to China's leader are extremely important. So Beijing was successful in getting the respectful treatment that it wanted for Xi Jinping. And so they got that. They wanted guiding principles for the relationship, and they persuaded the United States to negotiate a list of guiding principles. But I just don't think those principles are very important or consequential. So I think that they could have used these summits to actually get things that are more important, but perhaps through their domestic politics, that's what they felt they needed. On technology restrictions and U.S. sanctions, China was unable to persuade the United States that such policies were harmful. They did try to do so. They were very reactive, and they, I think, tried for a time to have proportional responses. We are now seeing more substantial responses, and maybe Wendy will talk more about that. I think Chinese diplomats were really ineffective in dealing with members of the U.S. Congress. I just think across the board, it looks to me like they actually gave up in really trying to interact with and influence Congress. And then finally, I think that Xi Jinping may have misjudged the price that China would pay for strengthening ties with Russia. I think it really hasn't provided Beijing with real leverage. We can debate that. China's not looking just to use leverage over Russia. It wants to strengthen the relationship with Russia, not try to extract concessions. So they haven't gotten any leverage with us, with the United States, for developing those ties with Russia. And it has driven the United States and Europe much closer together. And we hear many Chinese scholars say today that Europe, if it is going to be targeted with more tariffs by the Trump administration, that Europe will move closer to China, and that Beijing will be successful in driving a wedge between the U.S. and its European allies. And I think for me, that's a big question mark, given China's relationship with Russia, which I think has fundamentally changed European attitudes.
Super helpful, super helpful. Wendy, what marks do you give Beijing?
So again, I think it's a mixed picture, but on the economic front, this was a period where Chinese economy was weakening and facing, a number of challenges, some self-made, but some really just kind of inherent in an economy that's growing at quick levels, but can't keep up that growth rate forever. You ask, what has China done right? Like, clearly China is still growing quicker, faster than the United States. Some people have questioned the validity of these numbers, but they're clearly on a trajectory of growth, and clearly in some sectors that they've prioritized and thrown a lot of subsidies and other financial assistance to, whether it be in the clean energy sector or in some high-tech products, they are clearly not only competitive, but, the global leaders in certain areas. So even with a weakened economy, I think that they have, been able to achieve some of their objectives. What really concerns me, and I think is going to be a huge challenge for the incoming administration, is the export of excess capacity. That with weak domestic demand in China, they're relying on exports. The exports need to go somewhere. And we've just seen this morning when China announced today its trade data for the month of November, that exports to the world are continuing to grow at 7%. They grew at 8% to the United States, and I think about 15% to the ASEAN countries. So this is not just a U.S. problem, and I think that it would be incredibly smart for the incoming administration to quietly work with other countries as well that are facing these type of challenges. So I would emphasize that. The other trend over the past 4 years where I think China has not done a great job, and that is either keeping U.S. companies in China or attracting more U.S. investment. Clearly, some U.S. policies have also helped lead U.S. companies to think about diversifying and leaving China. But when you talk to a lot of companies, maybe some aren't, packing up and unbuilding their plants. But when they think of where to put their next investment or to build their new model, they're thinking of other markets. And I think China, through a series of regulatory problems, regulatory challenges, and its weak economy, and putting in a framework of, frankly, regulations that have scared U.S. companies. I think that is something that's a trend we're seeing. Maybe it's not as robust as some people think it is, but I think it's going to continue.
Thanks, Wendy. I would foot stomp the last one. If China didn't want the U.S. or others to engage in de-risking or decoupling, they haven't achieved that for sure. Dennis, what score do you give Beijing?
So I'm going to break it into 3 parts this time. First of all, on military assertiveness, I would give them a B, because in the past 4 years, they have demonstrated to us and to the world that they are a real peer competitor, real superpower, building 300 new ICBM silos, new ballistic missile submarines. They now have the largest Navy in the world. They have the biggest Coast Guard in the world. So they've certainly proven that they deserve respect, as Bonnie said, and Xi Jinping deserves respect as a major power. The problem is that they've also created a fear factor in East Asia with their assertiveness. Picking a fight with the Philippines over atolls does nothing to enhance China's reputation and only shows it to be a bully. So it's a mixed picture. I very much agree with Bonnie on the strategic vision of China, and in fact, I'd give it a failing grade on this. I think Xi Jinping made poor strategic decisions on Ukraine and North Korea that really have damaged China's reputation, both in the US and elsewhere. China now is in danger of being seen as a member of the axis of upheaval. They don't want to be that. They get mad when I talk about that subject, but they can't avoid it. They've been partnering with the pariahs, and I don't think this serves their long-term interest. Finally, I would give them an A in one area, and that is on the global south. We continue to really fail in that area. On Gaza, they have done an extraordinarily good job of painting us as warmongers in the third world. It's been a propaganda boon, and of course, they have state media everywhere. You can watch CGTN anywhere in the world you want to. And frankly, our Global Engagement Center in the State Department woefully inadequate at pushing back against Chinese disinformation.
Well, it sounds like, thank you, Dennis. Sounds like you all give somewhat lower scores to China overall, although mixed again across areas. And maybe that suggests that over the last 4 years, you all think the U.S. has done somewhat better. And that would align with, other evaluations that in the last 4 years, China has been playing a lot more defense than it was before. Now let's look ahead at where U.S.-China relations are likely to go in the next 4 years. We've seen gradual deterioration over the last several years. Could that continue without the U.S. and China engaging in outright decoupling or a conflict? Is it possible that we may see some kind of crisis? Or would you expect or give any credence to the possibility of some kind of grand bargain between the incoming Trump administration and Beijing? Wendy, I'm going to start with you and then to Dennis and Bonnie.
Okay, so barring any crisis in any part of the world which may affect U.S.-China relations, I think the tariff issue is going to be kind of the first issue that's going to challenge this relationship under President-elect Trump's second term. He's been quite vocal about his intent to impose tariffs against China, including last week suggesting a 10% tariff, not to do with his concerns on trade, but really due to his concerns about the lack of Chinese efforts to stop the export of fentanyl-related products. The question I get all the time on these tariffs, what is the outcome he's seeking? And some will say it's transactional. These are just threats, and they're all about kind of seeking a bargain with China. Others say, no, these are about decoupling and that the days of trying to negotiate with China are over. We don't know the answer to this, and probably we're going to see kind of both sides of Trump as these tariffs are announced and statements are made back and forth. From a personal point of view, though, and as a former trade negotiator and someone who's negotiated with China, I am very skeptical that we can reach a trade agreement with China to address kind of the outstanding issues that weren't addressed in the Phase 1 agreement. So even the Trump administration, they identified issues for a Phase 2 negotiation, including subsidies, state-owned enterprises, excess capacity, cybersecurity. These are intractable issues. And frankly, China's going in a completely different direction of more state involvement. So it's just really difficult for me to see, how do you negotiate subsidies or financial assistance or excess capacity with China, absent what I would call more of a managed trade approach, that basically we tell China, you need to buy this from us, and we put firm limits on what they can export to the United States in terms of quotas on a product by product basis. I think the international, our trading partners would be just outraged by such a deal. And I'm not saying I condone it, but when people ask me, like, what would that grand bargain be? I don't see it as a rules-based bargain in the trade area. I see it more as just calling our trade relationship for what it is, and just trying to manage that trade through exports and imports.
Let me follow up, if I could, before we go to Dennis and Bonnie. Wendy, on tariffs. We saw the Trump administration impose tariffs and then negotiate the Phase 1 deal. That deal left tariffs in place. The Biden administration didn't eliminate them. The Biden administration then, in the spring of this year, imposed new tariffs on clean tech. Would it be possible to negotiate a deal with the Chinese that would potentially see the removal of some tariffs? It seems that tariffs are easy to impose, but they're difficult to remove. And might that be the hardest obstacle to getting a deal? because it seemed to me difficult that China would accept a deal that included maintaining tariffs.
I couldn't agree with you more that it's much easier to put tariffs to impose them than to actually eliminate them. And that's what we saw during the Biden administration as well. And that clearly will complicate any deal. But again, if Trump goes ahead, let's just say on day one, and announces tariff hikes of 60 percentage points, in my understanding, these would be additive tariffs. This would be added to the current, whatever, 25%, 28% tariff. And so you're talking about tariffs that are getting close to 100%. And it's really hard to trade when the cost is so high then. And so, I thought the question you were going to ask me, Scott, is could you negotiate a deal and keep these tariffs in place? I think with these additive tariffs, it just makes the prospects to negotiate any deal with China on trade extremely, extremely difficult. And again, stakeholders in the United States, they will applaud the imposition of tariffs, but when it comes to removing them, at least the companies and the industries that are benefiting from the tariffs are going to be a serious obstacle for lifting them, and will be very skeptical of any commitments that we could get from China in terms of whether China would even at the end of the day adhere to any of these commitments.
Sure. Dennis, where do you see the U.S. China relationship going in the next 4 years?
So as a former CIA analyst, I'll give you the usual answer. It depends. What does it depend on? I think a big part of it depends on Xi Jinping's reaction to Trump and Trump's moves. And I think it's very tough for the Chinese as I talk to them. This is kind of an unprecedented situation. No one on the national security team at the top levels has actually been to China. They have no relationships with the Chinese, and the Chinese are desperately trying to reach out to these people, but they're not ready to talk to the Chinese yet. So on the one hand, you have these national security hawks who've spoken very strongly, all of them, about China. And then you have the other people in the administration, like Elon Musk, who have a lot of vested interest in China, are pro-business. And so I think they're trying to figure out where's the balance of power going to be in the administration. In some ways, it's a team of rivals. And his choice for Ambassador Beijing is a little bit emblematic of this. So Senator David Perdue has voiced very tough line views on China. On the other hand, he's done a lot of business with the Chinese. Reebok and Dollar General, is that his other big thing? Mm-hmm. And so you've got a situation in which the Chinese are trying to figure out, what does Trump see for his legacy on China? Is it going to be halting China's rise, or making America great again through transactional dealings? And so I think this is really tough. And Scott, when you say, could there be a big crisis? Absolutely, there could be a big crisis. Trump could push too hard. The hardliners could get up ahead of steam, and we could end up with a serious crisis. On the other hand, if the transactional Trump comes through and Xi Jinping is willing to play the game with him, it might be very different.
Yeah. If I could quickly follow up, because you left us hanging a little bit. Of the areas in the relationship where a crisis could emerge, where is the attention? Where should attention be placed first?
Well, I think that a test of wills in the South China Sea, or even over Taiwan, I think is very possible. The Chinese feeling that the administration is pushing them too hard. I don't know if we will Indo-PACOM get instructions to be even more assertive off the Chinese coasts? And will the Chinese try to push back on that? Could we have a miscalculation? I always worry about another EP3 incident. So I think those are areas where we could have a crisis.
Bonnie, where do you see ties going in the next 4 years?
Well,
I would start by saying that I think that at this moment, both Xi Jinping and Donald Trump want to maintain a good personal relationship. We have seen some signals from both. And I think that they might be open to some kind of a deal. But you talk about what that deal would be. I think the only possible deal is in the trade area. This is, of course, what President-elect Trump is most interested in, is something having to do with trade. So I would say if a deal is possible, it's in trade. A grand bargain, in my view, is off the table. I don't think there would be a grand bargain that would solve all the problems in the U.S. China relationship. And I don't see a grand bargain on security. I think that the U.S. contest with China is now, full-scale, multi-domain, global competition for, power and influence, both within Asia and globally. And so I just don't see any potential for a real grand bargain. Now, I think neither Trump nor Xi Jinping want war at this particular juncture. I think Trump has made very clear consistently he doesn't want war. He wants the United States to end support for Ukraine and end the war in the Middle East. And of course, some people in his administration want to focus more on strengthening deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. I don't think he wants war in the Taiwan Strait. So the potential for a crisis exists, and I agree with Dennis. The most likely flashpoints would be South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. But I just don't think that the risk is really very high. I think Beijing is really focused on its domestic challenges and wants to avoid a crisis. The risks of crisis stem, in my view, from the potential that China could underestimate U.S. resolve, or U.S. policies could cross Beijing's red lines and provoke a crisis. I think the last thing that I'd say is that there could be an effort by the Trump administration to pursue sort of decoupling instead of like a trade deal, as we've talked about. But I'm really skeptical that U.S. allies, especially in Europe, will get on board. So I just don't see that as really advancing the objectives of the Trump administration. And I think that there's probably differences within the people who have been nominated in the Trump administration as to whether they want to pursue decoupling or a sort of limited trade deal. And I think Wendy's, of course, absolutely right on the really tough things that have been left for a phase two. But I think we've probably all heard some people say that there could be a return to the phase one deal, getting Beijing or convincing Beijing to come into compliance with most of the terms of that deal. I've heard people reference the fact that they could use the dispute resolution mechanism and then go from there to negotiate more. I think this would be appealing to China because I think that the Chinese would be able to buy time. They like process. They like engaging in dialogue and negotiations with the U.S., even if it didn't produce the outcome that the Trump administration hoped for. But I doubt that any kind of a comprehensive deal could be reached. But perhaps there could be at least a return to the phase one trade deal and getting China to comply with most of that deal.
That's very.
Can I
Go
just
ahead, Wendy.
if I can just respond to that. First, if the Trump administration justifies legally the tariffs it puts in place against China under Section 301 and specifically says that China didn't live up to its phase one obligations as the justification for imposing more tariffs, then I think there's a problem there in that this was the greatest deal ever. China didn't live up to it. And now we're going to negotiate another deal with China. And so I find that also just leads me to think that this whole notion that we're going to have a successful trade negotiation with China, I just don't see it. Also, Bonnie was talking about, the issues that would need to be on the table and would China move on them. And I just don't see that either. That said, we all know that, Trump likes these trade issues, and he may ask his team to come up with some kind of, bargain on trade. But again, I just find it really difficult to see how like a phase 2 deal could be reached and, we get on better terms with China on trade. I think at best we can stay engaged and kind of each do our own thing, and hopefully deal with rising problems, in some kind of constructive manner to head off even further friction. But again, I also look at how quickly China counter-retaliated this past week against the announcement of U.S. export controls. And I think that is a clear signal to the Trump administration that there is going to be a cost to whatever you do. And I think even if China responds proportionally, once they start responding in non-tariff methods, it's very hard to quantify the proportion, who is escalating, who is just responding in kind. So I think this is going to get extremely complicated.
Yeah, I would agree, because I think the biggest change from last time will be that the Chinese are going to be responding with significant measures, not just on tariffs. And the Trump administration the first time didn't face that. They thought they could turn that dial up or down however they wanted because the other side wasn't moving. And this time I think it will be different. It makes sitting down, and so I'm not saying there's going to definitely be a crisis in the relationship, but the steady state that we are in right now, gradual worsening, I'm a little bit worried that just maintaining this is going to be a challenge. So I wanted to ask Bonnie about Taiwan, because you did mention that that strategic agreement sort of kept things relatively stable until Lai Ching-te took office earlier this year. I was in Taipei in October, just after the double 10-day speech. They thought they had softened their rhetoric a little bit, didn't get any credit for it. Do you feel, some people worry about where the Trump administration may be on Taiwan any day of the week? Do you feel that, why are you not expecting a crisis on Taiwan? Or maybe I misheard you.
No, you didn't mishear me. Because first of all, I really don't think that China is prepared for a takeover, a military takeover of Taiwan. When I talk to Chinese scholars, I hear them argue that they believe that their military pressure and other gray zone tactics that they use to pressure Taiwan are working, and that they are not only influencing Lai to be somewhat more restrained in his rhetoric, but they have also influenced the United States to put some pressure on Lai to shape what he says and does. And so they look back at the start of their military activity after Nancy Pelosi's visit, and that led to restraint because McCarthy did not go to Taiwan, ended up meeting with Tsai Ing-wen in the United States. And so they see over the last 2 years that their use of the military, their use of their Coast Guard and other pressures they're using is actually having some impact. So I don't rule out that if China's real red lines are crossed, so, if the United States were to say we are restoring our mutual defense treaty with Taiwan, yes, that would provoke absolutely a crisis. I just don't think that that's going to happen. If you look back in the first Trump administration, you will certainly see that Trump was actually quite cautious for the first couple of years on Taiwan. He had the phone call with President Tsai. He said that he didn't have to reaffirm the One China policy unless he got some concessions out of Xi Jinping. But then what happened? China basically froze him out, refused to talk to him and his administration. And then Donald Trump had to call Xi Jinping and reaffirm the one China policy. And then, of course, Xi Jinping went to Mar-a-Lago and ate delicious chocolate cake, and the rest is history, until COVID, right? And during that period, we had the Donald Trump actually holding back some arms sales to Taiwan, delaying them. We had him instructing the State Department to be cautious about dealing with at least one of the transits. And we had him exploding reportedly in the Oval Office because a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State went to Taiwan and gave a speech. By the way, that Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, Alex Wang, has now been appointed the Deputy National Security Advisor. Obviously, all is forgiven. And in the interim, he handled North Korea. So Alex Wang will be returning to the administration. But my sense is that Donald Trump learned the lesson that trying to use Taiwan as a card or a weapon against China would be counterproductive. So I just don't expect that will happen. If he's negotiating with China, he has an incentive to not disrupt those negotiations. If there's no negotiations going on with China, then I think it's a different picture, and that opens up opportunities for people in the administration to push to do more with Taiwan, and maybe the president would not care. But in his mind, I would just go back to the fact that what I said earlier, he doesn't want war. And so he's going to want to, I think, avoid taking steps in the Taiwan Strait that could lead to war.
Well, I'll take that as a sign of optimism, and that's, which is hard to find these days. I want to turn to a question that we've touched upon a little bit over the first 45 minutes, but to focus more clearly on allies. And all of you travel a lot. You've talked to our friends in Europe, in Asia, and elsewhere. During the first Trump administration, the U.S. relationship with its allies was quite rocky, right? And allies had a variety of different options. They could lean toward the U.S. and embrace Trump. They could have leaned in the other direction. Most ended up hedging, trying to improve relations with the Trump administration and keep things stable with Beijing at the same time. We also saw some trying to defend the multilateral order, by promoting by keeping CPTPP going, et cetera. In your interactions with allies around the world, how do you see them evaluating what their options are right now? And do you see them playing a large role in trying to shape the dynamics of the relationship, or do you think they're going to be primarily reactive in the next 4 years? If we could start with Dennis, then Bonnie and Wendy, that'd be great.
A couple thoughts on this. Number one, they have seen this movie before. So when you talk to people around the world, they're not going to be surprised by Trump. I think in the first administration, they were shocked by his bluntness, if you will, by his crudeness in diplomacy. They know what they're dealing with now, and they know how he plays the game. So I think they're more prepared to deal with Trump than they were. Secondly, if you look at particularly Japan and South Korea, they're doing a lot of the things that Trump would think are positive. Japan moving to a much higher level of GDP spending on defense. The South Koreans, although this may change, taking a much tougher stance and doing more on their own defense and taking a tougher stance with China. So I think that, the huge problems they had with Japan and South Korea may not be the same this time around. I think there is a problem developing in AUKUS, and that is, I think that there is going to be reconsideration of these nuclear submarines. I think Pillar 2 in AUKUS is in good shape, and the idea of sharing defense technologies. But frankly, our ability to build these submarines is highly questionable. The timeline and the cost are going up. And I would I would expect to see a reconsideration of that particular part of the AUKUS agreement. I'll stop there.
Sure. Bonnie?
I certainly agree with what Dennis has said. I would add that first on the EU, if you go back to 2017, I think the EU was really caught flat-footed and very unprepared. And this time around, maybe they've leaned maybe too far in the other direction. I think they're over-prepared. Just so many discussions that have gone on that I've heard about scenario and what we should do in this case, or if Trump does that, how should we respond? There's a lot of concern that if the Trump administration starts with tariffs on Europe or the rest of the world, and they get pulled into that then they face the risk of a trade war, not just with the U.S., but with China. They don't want to have a trade war with both at the same time. And so I think some of the communication that we're hearing from the EU is, please don't put us in that situation, because if you want us to work with you on China, continue to coordinate on economic security, then we cannot be the target of Trump administration tariffs. So I think that's how they're handling it. I worry that if Trump comes out immediately with tariffs, that there will be this very strong reaction from Europe because of this planning that has gone on. I think there will be countries that will hedge, and maybe Japan is one. Japan has been improving its relations with China. Australia has certainly been improving relations with China, and they don't want to be forced to choose. I think Japan, of course, really benefited from having Shinzo Abe as the leader and having a good relationship with Trump. I think they're worried they don't have a Shinzo Abe this time around, and who knows how long Prime Minister Ishiba will be in power. I do think that there will be efforts by countries to continue to defend the multilateral system, the international order, the EU. This has always been very important to them. The World Trade Organization certainly remains important to them, the Paris Climate Change Agreement, and who knows, maybe these are organizations that the Trump administration would pull out of, and that would really harm, I think, our relationships with allies. And then finally, in the partner category, which is where I put Taiwan, they are also trending in the right direction. Just as Dennis said, Japan is spending more on defense. Taiwan is now at 2.5% of GDP defense spending. Obviously, the Trump administration will want more, but the trend is in the right direction. And we've had a lot of investment in the United States from TSMC. I expect that the Trump administration will really press TSMC to produce their most advanced chips in the second fab that they are going to open, which I think could be around 2028. But I recall that the prior CEO of TSMC had made a promise, and this is, of course, a political statement, but it was a promise to the people and the government of Taiwan that they would produce the most advanced chips in Taiwan. And their most advanced chips, as I understand, will be 2-nanometer chips produced in Tainan. So will they produce those 2-nanometer chips here? Will they wait until the 1.4 or 5, whatever nanometer chips that are next are produced in Taiwan before they'll produce the 2-nanometer chips? I expect that the Trump administration would put pressure on them. More investment, more advanced chips.
Before I go to Wendy, let me just ask you, because since you focus on Europe, let's say the Trump administration negotiates a deal on Ukraine, and that deal involves Russia keeping some of the territory that it's gained, but the war essentially ends. Does that help U.S. European transatlantic cooperation on China, or does that actually make it more difficult because it signals to Europe that the U.S. is, tilting in the direction of Russia and giving it carte blanche with ambitions that it might have elsewhere?
I think the main variable here is whether Ukraine accepts a deal that they feel is in their interest. If Ukraine is satisfied, then I think most of Europe will be satisfied. What they don't want to see is Ukraine's arm twisted, forced to accept a deal that they don't want, that is not in their interest, that the Trump administration has just gone over Ukraine's heads, and of course, other European countries, and just negotiated directly with Putin. But if we see that Zelensky is interested in a deal, so far Putin is not. But it depends on the substance of the deal and whether it's something that Ukraine supports.
Sure, that's interesting, yeah, because we've seen the Trump administration signal to China in public remarks the president gave or tweeted about China trying to do more on Russia, on Ukraine. Wendy, how do you see allies fitting into the picture?
So first, I would just note your first question when it went to Dennis. I think, Dennis, you gave an A to the Biden administration's efforts with allies and partners. I think Bonnie and I would probably agree on that, going above our B+. And so, in my view, it takes so much time to work with allies, to kind of walk them through these issues, to get them to make the necessary commitments. And so if the Trump administration proceeds with tariffs right away and kind of upends a lot of these alliances and partnerships early on, I think that would be quite unfortunate. But in my travels and my discussions, particularly with folks from the Indo-Pacific, I'm kind of with something Dennis said really resonates with me. And that is that there is a sense, I just get a sense that we made it through those other 4 years. We've got this. We've been in this movie. We know there's more bark than bite, et cetera. And so I think that's kind of one response I'm hearing. But on the trade side, when it comes to tariffs, I think there is a lot of concern, again, that even if these tariffs are meant to lead to negotiated outcomes, as Scott, you said earlier, they may not, and they may just stay in place. And I think that's going to color a lot of the relationships that we have with our allies and partners going forward.
I would love to sit with you all for several more hours to talk about all of these issues, because I've learned a lot, and I know the audience has as well as what it suggests. Actually, I think more consensus than differences in your grades of both Washington and Beijing, and the challenges of where the relationship's going, and the choice for our allies. I'll note one of the differences in the case of allies that I've found is, the domestic politics amongst allies around the world is in a different place than where it was 8 years ago. The domestic dissension, you see that everywhere. There is not an Abe with strong consolidation of power. The LDP is just hanging on by a thread. South Korea, we've seen what happened last week. You see that in various European capitals. Certainly there could be political changes in Australia. And I think that puts these countries in a difficult position to be able to push back, because I think that they would like to see the defense of the multilateral order and find a way for the U.S. and China to manage their relationship without it spilling over into conflict. And I think that weak domestic political situation makes it harder for them to be more assertive. So can they push back on the U.S. if it imposes tariffs on them? What if the U.S. Makes demands about increasing military spending that they don't meet? And what if Beijing comes with sticks as well? So I think the relationship, of course, is not just a bilateral one. These other countries can play and will play a huge difference, but the domestic politics, I think, creates a lot of challenges for everybody. I want to thank each of you for joining us on this third annual Big Data China Conference to talk about the U.S. China relationship. We will all be watching carefully in the next few months to see what the transition looks like and how the U.S. and China pursue the relationship bilaterally and globally. So thank you all for joining us, for your contributions, Bonnie, Wendy, and Dennis. Really appreciate it. To everybody else,
Thank you.
please stay tuned. We will be back in just a few minutes to talk about China's economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Hello, everyone. This is Scott Roselle from Stanford University, and we're going to start the second panel of our third annual Big Data China conference that's co-sponsored, co-created by CSIS and the Scott Kennedy and his team, and our is SCCEI, Stanford Center on Chinese Economy and Institutions at Stanford. So very much welcome. I don't know if you've been following us up till now, but about 15 minutes ago, we just finished the first panel, which was on China's politics. And I was taking notes, right? You know, as a development economist, I don't know very much about this stuff. I was taking notes, and at the end, I summarized with one word, and that was complicated. And there's lots going on, and obviously lots coming up. So now we're going to shift in this session to the economy. Which economists are always so clear about what's going to happen there. I think that we're going to see that there's complications and there's different opinions about what's going to happen, and we look forward to hearing from our outstanding panelists that we have here today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce the panelists right now. And then I'll ask a question, and we'll go around and get their responses to that. And then we have time. We're going to sort of bounce back off of each other, and then we'll go to the next question. There's Q&A on your website that you can ask. And when we have time at the end of this hour, we're going to ask your questions also. So here we go. Around me, I have five very distinguished economists or people interested in the economy. And the first one is Chunling. She's an associate professor, the William Clayton Chair at Johns Hopkins University SCCEIS, the School of Advanced International Studies, where she also serves as faculty co-lead for the SCCEIS China focus area, a very important focus area now. Her focus is on political economy and state business relations, particularly in China. Chunling's research delves into the nexus of capitalism and authoritarian governance, supported by a blend of field interviews, statistical analysis, and machine learning. And those field interviews are not easy these days. I know, Ling. And her first book, Manipulating Globalization: The Influence of Bureaucrats on Business in China, examines government business coalitions, and her forthcoming work continues to explore authoritarian capitalism. Ling is also Public Intellectuals Program Fellow under the National Committee of U.S. China Relations and a recipient of the 2022 APSA Best Comparative Policy Paper Award. Wow, we're lucky to have you here, Ling. Next to her, or on your screen, I don't know where he is, Andrew Polk is the co-founder and head of economic research at Trivium China, a Beijing-based strategic advisory firm. Before founding Trivium, Polk was China director at the Medley Global Advisors, where he advised asset managers and hedge fund on the developments in China's economy and financial markets. And if you're still doing that job, you'd be busier than ever, Andrew. He's also a non-resident senior associate of the Freeman Chair in the China Studies at CSIS. So our neighbor chair here at CSIS. Mr. Polk was a resident China economist at the Conference Board's China Center for Economics and Business, where he conducted economic analysis at the Conference Board's China Center for Economics and where he conducted analysis on China's economy for corporate clients. He's also been in the Institute for International Finance and the U.S. Department of Treasury. He's got a lot of experience. Margit, everybody else on this panel, I'm in California. You can see the Golden Gate Bridge behind me. All the other three panelists are in Washington, D.C. area, but Margit's at home in Paris. What a great choice, Margit. Margit Morinar is the head of China, Morocco, Bulgaria desk at OECD's Economics Department, in charge of economic surveys of these countries, as well as forecasts and monitoring. I use OECD data all the time, and it's Margit who's done really a lot of that over the years. Yeah, in the past 24 years at OECD, she initiated several flagship projects, such as the Services Trade Restrictiveness Index and the multi-dimensional country surveys, which are very, very useful sources of data, and played a key role in engaging China in OECD work. From 2015 to 2016, she was seconded to China's Ministry of Finance to support the G20 presidency. And at UN UNISCAP, she advised governments in Bhutan, Brunei, and Mongolia. So lots and lots of experience out there. Finally, last but not least, Logan Wright is a partner at Rhodium Group and leads the firm's China markets research work. There's not a better group working on China today. He's a non-resident fellow and senior associate and trustee chair right here in China's Business and Economics, CSIS. Previously, Logan was the head of China research for the Medley Global Advisors and a China analyst with Stone and McCarthy Research Associates, both in Beijing. Logan's research focus on China's financial systems and credit conditions and shaping outcomes within China's economy, as well as policies of China's central bank, which they probably need him there now, so more than ever. So thank you, everyone, for coming. And what China's economy, what can we say, right? Depending who you look at, it's either falling or growing at 5+ percentage points. And they're doing well in some areas and not in other areas. What I really want to do is sort of bear down a little bit on the recent things we've seen, sort of Beijing finally coming and saying, oh, we need to do something about this economy that's either not growing or growing. So question one here is, in recent months, Beijing has introduced a series of stimulus measures to address slowing economic growth, deflationary pressures, and struggling property sector. The People's Bank of China has reduced reserve requirement ratios, cut interest rates to boost liquidity, and lower borrowing costs, while the government has issued 2 trillion yuan in special sovereign bonds to fund infrastructure projects and support local governments who have huge debt burdens. Measures targeting the property market, including mortgage rates reduction and some increased support for affordable housing. Other measures may be in the offing in the coming weeks. What I want to know is, what's your headline assessments of these measures? We're going to go in the same order I just introduced here. So we'll have Ling Chen start and then go around the circle. And if you hear something somebody says that you want to either emphasize or to expand a little in one way or another, please, at the end of the 4 of us, we'll open it up. So Ling, you're up. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. I'm very glad to be here, and thanks for having me. So I would say my quick assessment on these various measures is that they are somewhat helpful in addressing the most immediate urgent problems of economic survival and social stability. But to solve the longer term problem, we need more structural changes. The most daunting challenge is not growth target per se, but to revive the local economy, because one way or another, maybe they're gonna still reach 5%, but local economy was once China's main engine of growth. So firstly, the local economy is dragged down by this huge debt Scott just mentioned, and this is somewhere between 40 to 60 trillion yuan, with a large amount of hidden debt as well, because of its earlier reliance on land to develop real estate and to develop financing vehicles by the local governments, and resulting in these huge debt. And the central government not only issued the 2 trillion yuan earlier, as Scott mentioned, but also last month further issued a 6+4 that was 10 trillion yuan package to swap the debt and issue special bonds to help with local debt. Well, these packages may be helpful to fill up the economic gap caused by the debt in the short run. The government also have to look for new engines for growth in the long run. And that's why I think that China needs to revamp its manufacturing industry, including further developing the private sector instead of only trying to rescue the dying real estate sector, because the real estate sector is not going to get any better till everything else in the economy gets better. And secondly, local bureaucrats who were previously actively promoting China's economic growth and have been largely be the driver of economic growth are now largely paralyzed and afraid of taking any risks nowadays. So it seems to be that they have lost their incentives quite a bit, and perhaps the central government needs to resort to some of the institutions dating back to the 1990s to incentivize local governments to take a more active roles in the local economy before we could talk about any of these packages or put any of these packages put to use, regardless of using it for local local infrastructure development or helping to relieve local debt or stimulate the local economy. We have to incentivize local bureaucrats themselves first. I'll stop here and love to hear about others.
Good, Ling, thank you very much. That's getting us off to a good start with, you said two or three very, very large issues that are facing them. Let's go to Andrew Polk. Do you want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Scott, for the introduction. Thanks to all the panelists. Great to be on here with you all, distinguished group of folks. In terms of assessing the most recent moves, it's a little bit of a punt, but I feel like it's too early to assess. Frankly, I think we're at the early stages of what is pretty clearly going to be a policy revamp, a likely, especially given the language from the Politburo just on Monday, yesterday, likely more aggressive stimulus in 2025. But so far, the measures we've seen really since the end of September, when the PBOC announced its moves, we don't really see anything that's been done to date as truly stimulative. And we really see it as more accommodation or relief. So the moves by the PBOC to cut reserve requirements, to officials pledge to put 1 trillion renminbi towards recapping the banks, moves to lower wholesale funding costs for banks. To us, that was all effectively a way to kind of prep the banks for more fiscal spending, more bond issuance from the central and local governments. So not really a move to sort of flood the system with credit or reduce the price of credit such that credit demand would increase substantially, which would be stimulus, but more prepping the banking system to absorb the upcoming bond issuance. The other things that you mentioned that have happened on the real estate side and the fiscal side, with 10 trillion renminbi being pledged to go towards refinancing local government debt, to me, we describe that as, again, not stimulus, but relief. Relief for property developers, in large part, trying to get local governments to buy up some inventory and things like that. And more importantly, relief for local governments who are struggling under this massive debt burden and have effectively, as Ling said, kind of gone into austerity. Really, they're enacting pro-cyclical, meaning, negative austerity policies in an unfavorable economic environment. And so none of that has really been addressed. So we've seen accommodative moves on the monetary side, relief measures on the property and fiscal side, but no true stimulus yet. And if you talk to investors, everyone's very disappointed because they want this to happen now. They want it to happen yesterday. They actually wanted it to happen last summer. But I think what the way I view it is, one, I think there was an assessment in Beijing that, and I'm sure Logan will agree with this, that the local government debt issue was the number one issue for financial instability, the most pressing issue that needed to be addressed. So that relief package went to that first. And now we're starting to see, likely we'll see out of the Central Economic Work Conference later this week, out of, measures the NPC will take over, both before the end of the year and in March next year, that's where we'll really start to see stimulus. And only at that point will we know how big this package is in terms of saving or boosting growth. Last two things I'd say quickly are, first, the Chinese government continues to describe this package as incremental. When we hear incremental, I think we hear just tinkering around the edges. But what I think they mean by that is it's going to come in increments, regular increments on a sustained basis over time. So I think we're actually just starting to see the beginning of much more aggressive spending by the central government. And the reason I think things are going slowly is a lot of what Beijing is now starting to do and needs to do is anathema to how they usually support the economy. They don't like to bail out local governments. It's the last thing they want to do. They don't like to directly incentivize consumer spending, putting money in households' pockets. But my sense from reading policy documents, is that Beijing's starting to realize ultimately it's going to have to do those things. And it's kind of trying to get it, senior policymakers are kind of trying to drag themselves to the right answer, knowing that inevitably it's what they're going to have to do. And because they know what the solutions are, but it's taking some time to get there, it's going to be kind of a long process. So I think we're still in the early stages, a little bit too early to necessarily cast judgment on the program overall.
Andrew, that's very interesting, and I've been looking forward to seeing what's going to come out from this new economic meetings that are going on right as we talk. So, Margit, what do you see from Europe, from your OECD bench? Why don't you tell us what you're thinking about?
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here today. We have just released our yearly forecast, our year-end forecast, and in those forecasts, we have already incorporated the impact of this stimulus. According to our assessment or our estimate, China's potential growth is around 5%. So basically, right now, the economy is running to very close to potential. So there is no need to a big stimulus package. So this was not a big stimulus package, so probably it can do its job to bring up activity to potential. So that is our overall assessment of the package. But please allow me to go into the details of two, which I think are very important also in the longer term, two of the measures. One type of the measures is governing the mortgage market. I think it's very important, especially those measures that are changing the regulations, some prudential and other types of regulations, because they will have impacts in the longer term. So basically, when you borrow, your mortgage rate is determined by two components. One is the LPR, the 5-year LPR, which has been reduced over the past year, and the other component is the premium. This premium is varying across the country. And this has also been reduced. Actually, in some cities where property prices have been very weak in the past few years, this can even turn negative. So this was already quite a big change in reducing the cost of borrowing. Moreover, there have been a lot of very small changes, which maybe sound like unimportant, but if you put into the context, I think they are indeed important. For instance, the frequency of adjustment of the mortgage rate now has changed. Until now, for instance, when you borrowed at a bank, it happened only once a year and not more frequently, where you could revise the mortgage rate with your bank, and it was adjusted according to the 5-year LPR. Now, this frequency can increase. So this is very important because the stock of mortgages didn't change only once a year, no matter how many times of LPR cuts we saw. I mean, they didn't react. So and the burden on borrowers will decrease as a result of this measure. And there is another very important measure that was adopted, which is now it is possible to sell an apartment with a mortgage. This was not possible before. Of course, I mean, for people living in other countries, I mean, this looks like, of course, you can sell your apartment, but in China, that was not possible until last month. So making it possible, this will increase liquidity in the mortgage market. This will reduce the burden on borrowers. However, there are still a couple of measures which we are recommending in our latest economic outlook, which would further help reducing the burden. One is to allow borrowers to repay their debt without a penalty earlier. So before it's due, they can repay without a penalty. Now it's only possible with a penalty. Moreover, there is another factor, which is a very important way to reduce your burden, is that when interest rates are falling, but your bank is not reducing the interest rates, you can just go to another bank and you can negotiate better terms. And then you can just move your mortgage from one to another bank. This is not possible currently in China. So we are recommending to also introduce this new regulation so that people could move from one bank to the other for a better rate. And this would also help increasing efficiency in the banking market. And why I think that these are very important measures, because you would say that looking at the macro data, aggregate household debt is not particularly high at about 60% of GDP. That's about the OECD average. But what is very peculiar about China is that this debt is extremely concentrated. So basically, 1/3 of this debt is held by about 13% of households. And those households pay more than 40% of their monthly income as a repayment of mortgage debt. So this group of people, this 13% of households, are extremely indebted. I mean, in the sense of their relative to their income. And so the reduction of the debt burden through these regulations will have an impact on their ability to consume. And given that these people happen to be among the lowest income, in the lowest income quintile, so it means that their propensity to consume is much higher than other groups of the population. So of course, this we cannot see immediately, because it will take time until they actually feel the impacts of this regulation. But over time, this will be something that can spur consumption to some extent. But I agree with Ling that real big changes can only be achieved by structural reforms. The other issue that I would like to touch upon is local government debt, especially the debt of local government investment vehicles, which is now released that it's 62 trillion. We estimated it to a very close. We estimated it would be about 60% of GDP in our latest economic survey. So it's a very close number. And in addition to this, there is also implicit debt, which is now recognized as 14 point something trillion. So handling this, or at least giving relief, as Andrew mentioned, to local governments is very important, because without this relief, they will not be able to deliver their projects. And especially in the context of all this tightening of project financing, like what can be used for project financing, and the tightening of the regulations governing those 12 provinces which are heavily indebted on their access to financing, as well as the prohibition of those state-owned enterprises from lending that are related to local government contingent debt in 2021. These all relate to this situation where local governments just cannot move because of all this debt. So the swap, which was announced, so this is basically the from the 6 + 4 + 2, this is the 4 part. So basically over 5 years, 4 trillion can be swapped. So basically the high interest debt is swapped into low interest. So this would help local governments in terms of reducing their burden. and all these freed funds, which is the interest differential between the high interest old debt and this new debt that they can now issue, that will help them to engage in new projects. However, this is not really a stimulus measure in a sense that it does not bring really at least 4 trillion worth of new investments. So I would like to highlight that we are talking about 6 plus 4 plus 2 trillion, but actually the new projects would be just a very small amount. That's why when we are looking at the GDP impact, I mean, this will be limited. This is important because it makes things move, but we should not expect a very big impact. Thank you.
Yeah, a very interesting, Margit. I think that I saw some ideas were overlapping and supporting what we heard from Ling and Andrew and some other interesting ideas. And I'm sure we're going to discuss those going down the road. Logan, last but not least.
Thanks, Scott. And I'll be very brief. Just in thinking about what's been done to try to shore up the economy, basically since the PBOC's press conference in late September. Broadly speaking, I think there have been 2 categories of measures, if you could characterize them. One is sort of a confidence-based set of measures that includes monetary easing that's really targeting the equity market and foreign participation in the equity market to some extent. There have been new PBOC liquidity facilities that pretty much explicitly allow the national team of state funds to leverage up and to therefore via the PBOC balance sheet. And so this instills a certain degree of policy support for the equity market that really wasn't there in the past. The question is, how much does that translate in the real economy? And the answer is not very much. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a completely irrelevant measure, but it sort of speaks to different goals such as shoring up confidence in the financial system, perhaps encouraging foreign inflows as well, and I'll speak about that a little bit. The second is what Margit discussed, what Andrew discussed, and I agree with much of what they said, which is that these are the local government debt swaps. But there's a certain, this is 10 trillion yuan in debt swaps over 5 years. This is very small relative to the scale of the local government debt problem. I mean, if you look in aggregate, local government borrowing in all its forms is roughly a third of the banking system. And those are roughly, and that's a very significant number, something over 100% of GDP, probably 100, 120 in aggregate. And we know that LGFV debt is in the range of 50 to 60 trillion yuan in terms of interest-bearing liabilities. So 2 trillion yuan in bond swaps over 5 years per year, 2 trillion yuan per year with different timings according to this, really only covers the interest. So it doesn't really, you're not really talking about fiscalizing or restructuring this debt in a more decisive way. The larger slowdown in local government investment has been driven by the contraction in lending to local government financing vehicles, with credit growth now at close to all-time lows this year. So that's really what's been done. I think Beijing's theory of the case is that one of the big problems in the economy is a lack of confidence. And one of the other large problems is a lack of local government implementation of central government policies. I think there's good reasons to question both of those assumptions, but I think that's the rationale on which they are trying to pursue stimulus and trying to counteract those measures. I don't think any of these are going to really have a decisive impact on real economic activity. However, cyclical data is already improving in China. The property market is coming to an end of a dramatic 3.5-year adjustment in which aggregate construction has fallen by 2/3, by 67%, and in terms of new starts. And the impact has been around 9-10% of GDP just from the collapse in property-related investment alone, if you count up some of the value-added components associated with property construction. It's one reason that the official growth data are significantly understating the slowdown that took place in 2022 and the limited recovery in 2023 when the property sector was still contracting. So the sector will likely stabilize at around 40% of its previous size, but this has very little to do with policy. The mortgage refinancing, as Margit argued, helps consumption at the margin among indebted borrowers. Consumption's improving a little bit right now, largely because of trade-in subsidies and other direct support for autos and home appliances that have caused those consumption there to improve. That data probably continues improving, especially if those are scaled up. That is a temporary effect of stimulus that was done earlier this year with the reallocation of some portions of previous local government, previous special treasury bond issues to trade-in subsidies. And so the data probably still looks a little bit better, but as we know, this is really just pulling demand forward. This isn't really a long-term sustainable measure. So I'll stop there, but that's kind of how we're seeing it.
Okay, Logan, that's very interesting. I want to let you guys respond to each other, but I'm going to ask it in terms of question number 2. And you can go back or go forward however you want. And I'm going to build on what Logan just said, because Logan wrote in a recent report from Rhodium, his company, that there were several barriers keeping China from shifting its economy to a healthy, sustainable growth. He just was talking about this. But I want to quote his concluding assessment in his recent report. It said, economic activity is the sum of consumption, investment, government spending, and net exports. Growth from investment has collapsed, and we can see they're trying to get that back up. Are they doing enough? We'll see. Growth from consumption is already slowing. Has it reached the bottom? Is it going to turn around? We heard there's some good news. Is there long-term good news? Growth from government spending is exhausted by local government debt burden. And finally, growth from net exports is facing the political resistance, the reality of international markets right now. So can Beijing can create a set of reforms in such a way that it reverses one or more of these underlying conditions? And we've been talking about that, but what might be keeping them from doing so? Since he wrote the report, let's ask Logan to respond first, and then I'll go, I think, to let me ask Andrew and then Margit and Ling to comment after that. Logan.
Thanks, Scott. So the quote you cited is just sort of the concluding part of a report I wrote for China Leadership Monitor. It's available from their September issue. And the argument in that article was that China's economy has peaked as a proportion of the global economy. And it peaked back in 2021. And it was highlighting the limits of the financial system in continuing to maintain investment at the same rates, and the limits of the fiscal system in pivoting China's economy toward household consumption. And these are very much structural limits in the way that, in my view, the kinds of changes that are necessary to alter China's growth model at this point are so costly that they really are not politically viable or sustainable. And so instead, you have a lot of tinkering around the edge of this model. There are different views on that. But a lot of what I think is the core of the debate is whether you think that incremental policy change can add up to a structural shift, or whether you think there needs to be a big bang reform process up front. Right now, China is the world's largest source of global investment. It's about 28% of global investment, about 35% of global manufacturing. It is only about 12% of global consumption. And it remains an investment-led economy, no matter how you look at it. Investment in 2023 was 42% of GDP. Household consumption was 39%. What that means is that if China is going to remain an investment-led global economy, an investment-led economy, and it's going to continue to grow relative to the rest of the world has to disinvest. And the rest of the world China has to gain an export market share. This is exactly why Chinese policy is increasingly confrontational with the rest of the world. It's exactly why there is a huge pushback against Chinese overcapacity at this stage, because essentially China's current model is taking a larger share of a shrinking global pie. I mean, that's the better way I think that's the most effective way to think about this. That's not going to work for very long. And China can't grow in relative terms if all of its production has to be absorbed elsewhere in the rest of the world. So we published another report that's on our website called No Quick Fixes. The real question is, why can China not pivot toward consumption-led growth? This has been the explicit goal of the Chinese leadership since 2004 in the Central Economic Work Conference statement, which I remember reading, very intently at the time when I was in graduate school. And in the No Quick Fixes report, we argue for a variety of reasons, in terms of where the constraints are, that the real limit on consumption growth in the future is about 3 to 4% in real terms, which means it'll contribute around 1.2 to 1.5 percentage points of GDP growth per year in the economy, which means that in reality, growth is probably going to top out somewhere around 3%, over the next 5 to 10 years, at the most. There are 4 arguments out there why consumption is still low in China, and I'll just run through them very quickly, and then I'll shut up. But this is where it leads to an unmistakable conclusion that you have to completely restructure the fiscal system if there's going to be a sustainable rise in consumption growth. The 4 limits are basically the household income share of GDP, what Michael Pettis talks about all the time, that it's 61% household income share, and the fiscal system doesn't effectively redistribute or change that mechanism. That's according to flow of funds data. It's lower in other measures. The second is income inequality. So it's the Gan Lee, Thomas Piketty argument. Doesn't matter if you raise the household income share of GDP, it's not high enough. Even if it's higher, it's going to be unequally distributed because it attributes to the higher income levels. The third is the level of household debt, which has risen and is very high as a proportion of household income, as Margit highlighted, because Chinese household income is lower, so it's in roughly the 140s. If you use the official income series, roughly the 110s. If you use the flow of funds data, depending. And then the precautionary savings argument that this is about ultimately a limited social safety net. Well, there's been a lot of work done on the social safety net for quite some time. There's been a lot of work done to reduce the household debt burdens. It's very difficult to get around the conclusion that the real limit on household spending is income. If you just take the household survey, and Scott, I think this is central to your work. If you just cut the rural savings rate in half overnight, what would that do to stimulate household consumption? It'd be about 0.6% of GDP is all. It's a real problem of income distribution, and ultimately the solutions have to come with the fiscal system. Taxes have to be changed in terms of how China collects tax and in terms of how they redistribute tax income. I'll shut up. I already said too much.
No, very interesting, Logan. It's Andrew. Expand, attack, support, whatever. Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, I guess my reaction, kind of when you sent through the questions and on, kind of thinking through Logan's comments is, when you think of the idea of no quick fixes, my general sense is that Beijing would agree with that, and that in a sense they're not really trying to go for quick fixes. When you look at the economy through the national income accounting methodology, right, the government spending, consumption, net exports, investment, it's obviously by definition a demand side view of the economy, and typically a short-term view of the economy. And so to adjust those variables, you really have to be pretty actively managing the economic cycle, which Beijing has obviously done for decades and decades. And it strikes me that they're trying to move away from that model and instead focus more on a different way of viewing the economy, which is from the supply side, more of a growth accounting view of the economy, which is instead of looking at the outputs and where those outputs are going, look at the inputs, which are people. So demographics, that's a challenge. Still capital, services, obviously, as Logan said, that's also challenged. But then productivity, right? So when we get into the kind of the debate around consumption-led growth and does China need to balance towards consumption, I feel like we've sort of gone down the debate has kind of implicitly assumed that consumption-led growth is sustainable growth. And really, in my view, the only sustainable growth is productivity-led growth. And that is where you kind of get to Xi Jinping's sort of mantra, or not mantra, but idea that the best economy is not the one that grows the fastest, but the one that has the best technology, the one that is the most innovative. And I think there's a sense in Beijing that, you know, they have to innovate their way out of their economic challenges. Now, whether they can, totally open question. But I kind of think that that's the right prescription, in a way, is boosting the productivity piece. And, you know, they've made a decision that the government's going to take a very strong hand in that. And when I think about it, you know, because the stakes are so high, both for China's economy and for the leadership there, I kind of understand that. Like they're sort of saying we have to get this right. If we aren't overseeing the innovative process, it's sort of a dereliction of duty. So I see that as the real sort of looking at the medium-term growth picture, not being buffeted by, is the cycle up or down, understanding that a lot of the slower growth cycle now is due to the property market issues that we just talked about. And I think the thinking is sort of once we flush that out of the system and have a new equilibrium in the property market, then we can sort of be on a new trajectory and focus on that medium-term piece. So that's kind of how I think about it, just to throw a different perspective into the mix. I'll just finally say two things. The challenge for Beijing, of course, is, you know, when you only focus on the supply side with no view on the demand side, that's when you create a lot of distortions. And that's what we're seeing in the global trading system. And that would be fine if China's economy was a third of the size that it is. But because it's so big, it's creating obviously huge distortions that are being pushed back on in the global trading system. So that's a huge vulnerability for Beijing's current approach. And the last thing I'd say is I wholeheartedly agree with Logan's last point, which is fundamentally all this fiscal policy is probably the most boring, you know, thing to focus on in the world, and yet it is the most important for China. Like the fiscal system is fundamental to a lot of the distortions in the economy, both on the demand and the supply side, and they absolutely have to make movements on that in the, I would say, near term, starting 2025, and undertake very fundamental changes to address structural weaknesses in the economy. My sense, like I said earlier, is that they're inching towards that realization, but they're really running out of time. And so that's what I'm looking for in terms of any kind of positivity out of the Chinese economy over the next several years. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You know, what I always wonder is, I agree with you, you know, productivity is under long-term growth of economies at the size China is at. Has any country, or can China drive that productivity forward with government decisions rather than the market, right? And so that takes us back to this, you know, much more, you know, fundamental thing of what's in this long run changes of the economy that I think Ling started with. Why don't you can respond to that, Andrew, if you want.
I was just going to quickly say, you know, I do think that is an open question. I do think we view that in the U.S. through a very almost ideological lens, in a way. You know, I think we view innovation as like, you know, happening largely in the private sector. But I think if you look over the history even of the US, often innovations purely in the private sector are incremental innovations. It makes it a little bit cheaper, you know, to take an Uber instead of a taxi cab. It, you know, it feels like eases some consumer pain points. But big, large-scale innovations have often come with government investment and government leadership, or some kind of public-private sector cooperation. I guess you could say a big, you know, potential exception to that is what is happening in AI. That is, you know, largely a private sector issue, but I'm certain there's some sort of government investment and involvement there as well. So anyway, just food for thought on that side. I think that's an open question, but it's one that's a discussion.
I often say that, you know, U.S. has had 120 years in a row of 2% productivity growth, and yes, some of them have been triggered by big government interventions, but it's a lot.
That's a great point. Great point.
Go back and forth. Ling, go ahead. Keep going. I know where you come from, Andrew, and I think we're on the same page. So, Ling, what are you thinking about?
Okay. Yeah, so it's interesting. This is certainly interesting debate. I am cautiously optimistic about some of the new sectors that related to exactly what Andrew was talking about innovation tech. So especially, if after this real estate bubbles broke, perhaps there can be a chance for what I call the quote unquote non-bubble economy to grow, including the high-tech sector, the AI sector that the central government has been encouraged to develop. These sectors seem to be slowly working, partly due to the pressure from the U.S. China tech war. And we have also seen China's success in export and investment of the EV sector, and China's digital economy is making progress. But these cannot thus far constitute a major part of China's GDP or economy in terms of just in terms of total quantity. A lot of people think probably China's EV sector is the largest export sector, but in fact, EV sector is if you look at last year's number, it's account for about 1% of export and probably about 0.2% of GDP. So it can be a good growth point, but not like relying purely on that, right? So these are some of the silver linings, but consumption is where I'm quite pessimistic. In the past several decades, exactly as Logan mentioned, that China's GDP has been mainly driven by investment, with consumption playing a much smaller role than other countries. So the Chinese government know about it and has been trying to increase consumption, but it was by my take it was largely not successful. So if boosting consumption did not quite succeed during economic boom, it will be even more difficult during China's economic slowdown, when everyone wants to save. Just to put it simple terms, not complicated economic terms, just everyone wants to save rather than to spend. And to succeed in boosting consumption, regardless in a rural area or in an urban area, actually, one has to increase the confidence of consumers and to build up a lot of things like social safety net, healthcare system, and all these, so that people are not trying to save just for the sake of saving for the future and plan for the worst, right? So that itself is, I believe, very important. But that's exactly what is very hard to be achieved overnight, precisely because some of the local difficulties we have been mentioned before.
Good. No, I think those are very, very important. I have a couple colleagues who are visitors at Stanford from universities in China, and they both told me that this week, all week, everybody in the whole university, from students to professors, have to go to a set of meetings where they're going to be told, have confidence in the Chinese economy, and that's supposed to build confidence in there. So I think they understand it's a confidence problem, at least. Now, how do they overcome that? Margit, thank you, Ling. And Margit, you had a lot of stuff to tread on.
I think we all agree that productivity growth is the only sustainable driver of long-term growth, and that can be achieved by structural reforms. And that is our major job to work on, especially mine in terms of China structural reforms. And there are a lot of structural reforms that can also boost some of those demand-side components that were touched upon by all the speakers before. Let's start with consumption. I mean, obviously, consumption has been basically growing as passively. It has become, I always call it a passive driver of growth, given that investment contribution was decreasing. So, I mean, consumption was increasing, but without really consumption growth picking up. And I think I think many people think, or most people think, that the Hooker system is one of the major barriers to that. And according to our estimates, consumption could be boosted by 8% if the Hooker system was reformed. More specifically, 5% could come from granting local Hooker to those migrants who are already in cities. And the other 3% could be coming, this would be about 100 million people, as advocated by the government document. And if moving another 100 million people from rural areas to cities, that would add to another 3%. So there are all these reform possibilities that could boost growth. And Logan mentioned precautionary savings. I totally agree. And here maybe I could mention some reform ideas, which are not often touched upon by others, which is the healthcare system, the health insurance system. Health insurance coverage is very high in China. It's the same as in OECD countries. And also the percentage what is covered by the health insurance of the cost is also more or less the same. But what is very different in China is the list of medicines and treatments that are covered by health insurance is extremely limited. So we've been recommending to extend that list so that people are not left out, no matter what kind of rare disease they have. They will not left without health insurance coverage. So I think this is a very important thing, because in China, unlike in many other developing countries, the number one reason for falling into poverty is health costs. In most other countries, the number one reason is unemployment. So I don't go into the other factors of precautionary savings, but also on the investment side, I think the central-local relations, let's go into the middle of everything, reform would be very important. This is something that we've been pushing for more than 20 years. We had a publication on it 20 years ago. And finally, the third plenum raised this issue. So I think now probably things will start moving. So more specifically, what we will be seeing probably in the coming years is that an increasing number of spending responsibilities will be assigned to the central government. And that is important, because inequalities across local governments are extremely high, and that makes some unable to cover their education, health, or other basic requirements. So we very much look forward to this. I don't want to go into the details. I know that we are running late.
Oh, that very interesting, Margit. I think that's super important, and I see it from my work all the time. I think that it's very, very important. Okay, we have 8 minutes. We have we're going to go Andrew, Margit, Ling, and Logan. And you're going to summarize in great detail in 2 minutes. What can we expect from the Trump administration that will either complicate or simplify this very difficult task that we've already been talking about of Chinese economic recovery? What would be looking as evidence that Chinese leaders understand what they need to do? Okay, so what's going to happen in the next 4 years?
I'm happy to take the first stab, and I'll start by saying no one knows, and anyone who tells you they do is lying to you. So we can start there. I think largely the Chinese side is obviously planning for contingencies with the Trump administration, but I do think they're hoping for the best and planning for the worst. I do think they, are going to give it a shot, trying to, do some personal diplomacy between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump and see if that moves them on the right path. But otherwise, they will be planning for worst case scenarios. Obviously, there's going to be some form of tariffs. I think they're prepping for that and ready for it. I generally will say I do think they're much more prepared, like everyone, for a second Trump administration, right? So they've seen the first act, and now they're looking at the second. I don't think most of the Trump policies will really change their domestic macro policies, frankly. Obviously, tariffs could reduce exports to some extent, but I think the play is the same. They need more central government spending in the near term, and they need fiscal reform. Do those two things, and the outside stuff, will kind of be what it is, and they should be able to weather that storm. Last piece is the most interesting thing from our side is their enhanced export control regime and anti-sanctions regime. I think that, depending on what the Trump administration does with the Biden administration export controls and sanctions moves, if they continue with those, it'll be very interesting to see how Beijing reacts on that side, they're already signaling, of course, even just the past couple of weeks, that they've got some new tools in that toolkit. So that's what I'm watching. But overall, I don't think it adjusts the macro policies per se all that much.
Very interesting. Thank you. Margit, what are you thinking?
Well, I would rather comment on China's long-term potential. I think it's very important to keep in mind that China's population has started to fall, and its working age population has started to shrink already a decade ago, both in absolute terms and as in terms of the total population. And this is what will determine China's long-term growth potential. So basically, if you just look at these population trends, that would mean that China's growth potential would fall very sharply in the coming decade or two. But what is the good news here is that there is an enormous room for structural reforms, which could hold up potential growth. At least it could mitigate the impact of these very unfavorable demographics. And some of those structural reforms are related to product markets. For instance, I think probably the most important is administrative monopolies. So that is basically the exclusive rights of mostly state-owned, but not only state-owned firms to deliver certain products or services. This, unfortunately, we couldn't quantify, but we have a lot of other quantified structural reforms, which could altogether boost like a long-term growth by about 10%. And just to mention the most important ones, for instance, removing entry restrictions would be 0.2% impact, would have a 0.2% impact. Reducing tariffs 2.5%. What I just mentioned in the previous round of questions is granting HUCO to 100 million people would have an impact of 1.6%. The rule of law would have a very big impact, 5.2%. And reducing the FDI restrictions would have a 10.1%. So there is an enormous room for structural reforms, and long-term growth could benefit from all this. Thank you.
Yes, and I know you didn't respond to the Trump thing, but I hope, Andrew, that those things can go on, just like Andrew said, with whatever Trump does. It'll be they're important, and I think you get at the heart of a lot of things. Ling, do you want to?
Yep.
Tell us what you think.
Just jumping, just 1 minute. That I think Trump administration is going to complicate matters because his unpredictability. But Chinese leaders know about that, and certainly one thing they know is it's going to be very expensive for years to come because of the tariff or the trade wars and continual things. So when they announced on November 8th that this whatever debt relief package, I think they already know. By that time, they already know that Trump won the election. It's going to be expensive, so that may perhaps affect their announcing of the package. I have no idea, but that it's already showing that the Chinese leader is expecting this trade war as well as the tech war is going to still be continuing, and China have continued to emphasize. That's one of the signs you look at is emphasize the science and technology self-sufficiency and independence of science and technology, and encouraging innovation through this so-called nationwide innovation system of various tiers. And recently just announced, they just asked the central SOEs to overinvest in venture capital to for those startup tech. So all these measures indicate that Chinese leaders have expect certain kind of things. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be there's going to be wars, tech wars going on.
Good. Thank you, Ling. I think you raised a couple new issues I think that are very, very important, and it remains to be seen what happens here. Logan, you have the last word, and what are you thinking?
Thanks, Scott. I'll be very brief. I mean, China's very different from where it was 7 or 8 years ago. Overall economic growth is slower. The economy is more dependent upon exports, which means it is more vulnerable to restrictions on exports, but it is far less vulnerable to a single country's restrictions on exports, which requires a more concerted and coordinated trade response to change patterns of global trade. The thing that the Trump administration could do that would make it most difficult for Beijing would be to talk about expanding global demand and new investments in alternative supply chains, and with a coordinated response from allies and partners that are aligned. which would undermine China's capacity to sort of fight over the shrinking pie. The easiest thing they could do to make things easier for Beijing would be to, focus primarily on limiting demand within U.S. markets with very aggressive tariffs, or breaking down alliances or that cooperative response, which would allow Beijing to continue to weaken the currency in response and continue to be competitive in other markets as well, and limit that potential coordinated trade response to China's overcapacity.
That's if the political politics panel was complicated, this is deeper and more complicated and more intertied. We've talked about, to get an economy growing long run over time, you need consumption, you need investment, you need government spending, and you need exports, right? You need to do all those together. And the question is, can they bring together a package that does that? I think what we've heard is they know there's a problem. They've moved forward on some of these areas. On other areas, they haven't moved forward. The question is, do they have the political will to make those come forth? And doing this in the environment that's going to be happening over the next 4 years is going to make it at least semi more complicated. And but absolutely unpredictable. I like Andrew. That's I always say the only thing that's absolutely clear is it's absolutely unpredictable what's going to happen from our side. Thank you, panelists. Ling Chen, Logan Wright, Andrew Polk, and Margit Moinar. It's late there. It's time for dinner. Margit and everybody back in DC. You guys are off for the afternoon, so probably have to get. I can see Logan. You got to get to work because the people have been poking their head in your door. So thank you guys, and this is very, very important. And look forward to keeping in touch and seeing how things roll out. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott, for having me.
and welcome everyone to the third and last panel of the Big Data China 2024 conference, The Turning Point, U.S. China Relations, Economic Growth, and the Race for Technology Leadership. My name is Ilaria Mazzocco. I am Deputy Director and Senior Fellow with the Trustee Chair in Chinese Business and Economics at CSIS. And Big Data China, for those who may not be familiar with us, is an initiative between the Trustee Chair and the Stanford Center for China's Economy Institutions, which aims to bridge the gap between policymakers and academia. And today I'm really excited for this panel where we'll be discussing decoupling versus de-risking, the competitive dilemma in tech innovation. And we'll be talking with 4 brilliant analysts. I am not going to read everybody's bio. I encourage everybody to go on our website and read in detail the very impressive bios of all our speakers. But in the interest of time, let me just read their titles and welcome them. We have Rebecca Cesati joining us from Brussels, who is lead analyst on the Science, Technology, and Innovation program at the Mercator Institute for China Studies, MERICS. Sam Sachs, a research scholar in law and senior fellow at Yale Law School's Paul Tsai China Center and New America's International Security Program. Kevin Xu, founder of Interconnected Capital, and from our very own CSIS Wadhwani AI Center, Greg Allen, who is the director of the program. Welcome, everyone. I'm very excited for this panel and the conversation today because, number one, it addresses what has really become sort of the key area of focus in the relationship between the U.S. and China. But also, this occupies a lot of real estate in the minds of many people in all capitals around the world, right? The tech competition, however you may define it, has been, sort of central to many conversations. And then the second reason is we're talking in December, but this is not just any December, right? Like, we're not just talking about the year in review, but, there's an incoming U.S. administration. In China itself, we've seen, maybe perhaps, definitely some changes in how the economic policy is being developed. And certainly, I think we're at a very interesting time, as China starts thinking about its future relationship with the United States and beyond the U.S. and China. Right now, I am actually in Europe right now, and there's been, a new commission. There will be a change of, or at least elections in Germany coming up. The UK has just changed, has a very new administration in place, and there may be other, shifts coming as well. And this is, relevant to the rest of the world as well, where there also have been many different changes. So it's the perfect time to, take stock of where the relationship and the tech competition stands, and also to evaluate, past policies over the past few years, and sort of think forward about what might be coming next. So let me turn first to Sam and ask you, first of all, how do you, evaluate where tech competition stands between the U.S. and China? How do you think about tech competition? And how do you evaluate the Biden administration's approach?
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. And I look forward to learning from the great experts on this panel. So I think that there is a concept that is underpinning many, if not all, of the administration's actions when it comes to tech competition with China. And it is this idea that it is critical to preserve U.S. tech leadership, and specifically a perception that there's an intent by the PRC to overtake U.S. preeminence in the world, and specifically in emerging technologies. And I'd say as a point B to that concept is the idea that AI specifically is a force multiplier for all critical and emerging technologies. So we are in this sort of generational moment of framing this as a zero-sum race for who wins. And specifically, they've identified some key choke points that they're seeking to maintain U.S. preeminence in that area. Now, I'm unfortunately going to sort of dodge your question about evaluating. I think there's a whole set of debates we can have about what that goal means, whether these tools are effective or not. But just to set the stage, I think that's kind of the picture and the view from Washington. So if we look at an array of tools, I'll highlight a few of the key ones to set the stage again for the conversation. Most recently, the export controls, and last week we saw an update to what's become a sort of annual going back to October 2022 with a focus on high bandwidth memory and advanced semiconductors. Data, which is something that I focus on in particular in my work. We had the creation of a new data security program run by the Department of Justice, which essentially reviews and potentially prohibits transfers of bulk sensitive data to China, as well as government-related data. We have an outbound investment review program run by the Treasury Department, which maps onto the export control program in key ways by identifying buckets of categories of technologies and certain types of investments that will be subject to review and potentially prohibition. And then you have a sort of connected ICTS, Information Communications Technology Services Supply Chain program. The focus here, I think so far, has been on investigation of Chinese connected cars, but it's not really Chinese connected cars, right? It's American connected cars get caught up in that because the emphasis is on supply chains and looking at Chinese components in those supply chains. Those are the main set of tools that I'd say the administration has sort of created its legacy around in the tech competition space. I will just add a couple of brief comments on what I see as we look at these tools. To date, I would say that none of these tools have been implemented in their most far-reaching worst case scenarios. So when we talk about sort of managed decoupling, yes, there's been a lot of debate and criticism about this idea of small yard, high fence, the idea that the Biden administration set out to be narrow and tailored, as in selective about the kinds of technologies, but aggressive in how they protect them. I think that phrase has been subject to a lot of sort of rightful criticism, frankly, because it's what's become clear, particularly in AI, which is inherently dual use, is how do you decide what goes in the yard, right? And I think particularly on the export controls, there's been a big focus on the ramifications well beyond China's military, but for the entire digital economy and seeking to curtail AI development writ large, right? So without wading into, is this small yard or not, I will say that that's been a source of debate. But what I will say is that none of these tools to date have been implemented in as far-reaching a way as they could be. And I think that's because there still is a recognition of the significant economic impact that they would have if they were taken to their fullest extent. And just to give you as an example, in the Department of Justice bulk data transfer rules, there were significant carve-outs, right? So data that falls in scope of financial services sector, clinical trial data, telecommunications data is actually exempt from those rules. And we saw similar kinds of carve-outs and exemptions in the outbound investment rule. And so I think the question, I know we're going to get to this later in the conversation, is now that these broad authorities have been created with a similarly broad goal to maintain U.S. preeminence and keep China back, to date, if none of these tools have been fully implemented in a full decoupling way, what happens in a new administration if there were to be a gloves-off approach? Could we see more fully realized decoupling with these authorities that have been put on the table? But I'll stop there and turn it over to the other voices.
Thank you so much. And also, I would love to put, if we have time, to discuss also, on the Chinese side, has there been have there been constraints due to economic concerns, right? And can we expect maybe a turning of the dial in some areas, right? For example, with data control, flows of data, etc. Let me turn it to Greg, but before I do so, two things I wanted to encourage the public, those who are watching us online. You can definitely send us questions. We'd love that. You can see there's a button if you're watching it on the CSIS webpage. And if you're on YouTube, you can go to the webpage and you can submit questions there. And then the other thing, Sam, you did great, but I would encourage everybody to stick to at 5 minutes at most, and you get extra points if you stick to 4 minutes. So Greg, I'll pass it to you. I'm sure you have views you would like to share on the Biden administration and the state of tech competition.
Sure. Well, we actually had Dr. Ben Buchanan, who's the special advisor for AI and the White House Chief of Staff, here at CSIS yesterday. And one of the most remarkable things that he said was that the Biden administration is not done. So there are 41 days left in this administration. I think a lot of folks had thought that we had seen the last round of export controls in that December 2nd update. We have not seen the last round of updated export controls in that update. So there is more coming. If I had to guess what would be in those updated rules, I would think about some of the stuff that has come out in the news media. So, for example, TSMC, the Taiwanese chip maker, was reported as manufacturing large numbers of AI chips on behalf of Huawei. That is expressly prohibited in the original October 7th export controls. It appears that TSMC, was fooled by some Huawei shell companies. And so I would expect the administration to have some new rules that try and make that difficult or impossible to take place. Overall, I think the competition is in a more sort of honest footing. When the Obama administration was working with China, they often talked about, could we reach a grand bargain with China? One example of that would be the cybersecurity and industrial espionage agreement reached between Barack Obama when he was president and Xi Jinping earlier in his tenure. That agreement was violated before the ink was really even dry. I mean, it didn't even wait for the Trump administration. China was violating it less than a year after it had been implemented in terms of cyber espionage for industrial commercial purposes. So one thing that I think was noteworthy in the Biden administration's approach was they never stated that they were seeking to reach some kind of grand bargain with China and negotiating, if you do this, we will get rid of the export controls, or if you do that, we will get rid of the outbound investment restrictions. They were saying this is the sort of new table stakes of our relationship. And while we want to continue diplomacy, we don't want to cut off all conversation, we're not seeking the sort of deep engagement that was envisioned in earlier iterations of the U.S. China relationship. One final thing, and I think this puts it in the right frame, Secretary of State Tony Blinken, in a speech shortly after those October 2022 export controls, said that the post-Cold War era is over and there is a fierce contest to determine what comes next. And at the heart of that contest is technology. So what he's really saying is 2022 is a hinge point in international relations. The invasion of Ukraine, of course, being a huge part of that, and those October export controls being a huge part of that. So I don't expect any of this to get quieter in the Trump administration, and I think that's where we start the story.
Great, thank you so much. I think that's that's perfect segue then to move on to Kevin. And Kevin, how do you see all these issues, and how do you see, from where you stand, how does tech competition look like?
So first of all, thank you again, Sky and CSIS, for your kind introduction. And I think both Sam and Greg gave a really good detailed description, right, of various U.S. policy evolution in the tech competition between U.S. and China that has happened really since the first Trump administration all the way until now, as we lead into the second Trump administration. My personal observation, and I'll take a bit of maybe like a high level, but also a connect the dots perspective from other panels that we've heard previously, is that I think we're entering into a new phase of U.S.-China competition. And to your point, Alaria, this is no ordinary December. And we've seen real signals of that just in the last week or so, where I think there's some new postures coming out of China, where it is willing to flex its muscles, quite frankly, a little bit more in its own strength in the supply chain, like drone manufacturing, like rare earths, and to push its own version of export control on Western firms, while at the same time also be willing to inject stronger stimulus to possibly make up for some of the predictable losses that its own company is going to have to incur as they push forward on some of this stuff. The previous panel talked about possible stimulus. We don't know the details yet, but I think that strategic shift has been pretty clearly communicated at this point, that the central government of China is willing to stimulate the economy in whatever way it sees fit. Part of that puzzle, I think, is its simultaneous willingness to flex its own advantages, if you will, in some of these technology sectors that we really quite haven't seen in the last few years. I think the last few years has mostly been the US going on the offense and China responding, whether proportionally or not at all. But now I think that is shifting a little bit. And I think those two things actually go hand in hand, China's own version of export control versus plus domestic stimulus. And lastly, I'll just say that there are actually some probably more unique tools that are being applied and we can dig into a little bit further in the conversation, which is this unprecedented anti-monopoly investigation in NVIDIA from China. Unprecedented in the sense that this regulator in particular has never, I believe, applied any investigation on a foreign company. It has done so in domestic companies like Alibaba and Meituan and have fined them for anti-monopoly behaviors in the Chinese internet economy. But this is the first time that this regulator has done that to a foreign company. And I think there are a lot of clear technology, product, and also AI reasons for why it's happening at this moment leading into 2025, which we can talk about later on in the panel.
Great, and thank you so much for bringing up the NVIDIA point. I think we're also entering an era where we might see non-symmetrical strikes in the tech relationship as well as the trade relationship between the U.S. and China. And let me to that end, let me talk to Rebecca, who sits in Europe. So I think you probably have views on how the Biden administration has dealt with China or had confronted China on the tech side of things, but also I think your perspective might be slightly different, and you may have views on how Europe also fits into this picture.
Sure. Thanks, Ilaria. Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here and discussing with everyone. So I'll first share a couple of thoughts on U.S.-China tech competition and where I think we stand, and I'll try to bring in a European perspective on this. When it comes to AI in particular, which is the tech area that I work on the most, we're seeing that Chinese tech companies are making progress, particularly on large language models. Companies like Alibaba, 01 AI, DeepSeek are doing some pretty cool stuff recently. The best Chinese models now match or even surpass the world's leading open source models and even proprietary models, according to some metrics. Now, LLM benchmarking isn't perfect science, of course, but I think we can agree that Chinese firms are catching up quite quickly. Now, does that mean that that export controls in general don't work? Well, no. I think that's a bit of a strawman argument. The parameters were adjusted several times, meaning Chinese firms did get their hands on a lot of NVIDIA's GPUs in particular, already like prior to the controls being enforced. So there was stockpiling. There were all sorts of loopholes. There was circumvention, obviously smuggling. And the fact that a TSMC chip was found in Huawei's A10 processor, which Greg mentioned earlier, I think is a sign that China's semiconductor industry still cannot really do it alone, do without foreign technology. And so I think that the Biden administration really has done a lot of trial and error to figure out where to draw the line. And with the latest update to the export controls, I think we might see in the coming months and years, I think starting maybe 2025, 2026, a bit more of an impact on China's AI industry. But let's keep in mind that export controls can only impose a strategic delay. They can't, indefinitely stop China from advancing in AI and in other fields. Now, I also will say that export controls tend to work better if applied, and coordinated at a multilateral or plurilateral level, and that's where U.S.-EU coordination is quite important. The EU has 27 member states that retain sovereign control over export control policy. Most of them neither understand nor actually share the basic assumption that containing China's technological progress and capabilities in advanced semiconductor fabrication and in AI should be a national security objective. Some, and I count Berlin, where I was based for 6 years, some capitals actually do see that as a protectionist game. And the fact that the Biden administration put so much pressure on the Netherlands around ASML definitely was seen with some concern around Europe. Now, I do want to give credit to the Biden administration because I do think that they invested quite a lot in coordinating with allies and partners. But I think sometimes perhaps they could have been a little clearer at articulating the national security rationale behind some of the controls and some of the decisions, because a lot of US allies and partners simply aren't used to thinking about export controls in quite the same way. You know, the Sullivan doctrine around strategic export controls is something that Europeans are still a bit confused about. And I think there just cannot be an expectation that everything that is in the US's interest will automatically be also in Europe's interests going forward, or that Europeans will always play along. And as I think Sam said earlier, as the yard gets a bit broader, and we're talking about every Chinese technology that connects in systems that connect to the internet. If that's the direction of travel, I think we may expect Europeans to be even more skeptical. So I think going forward, coordination might continue to be a little difficult. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that actually sets it up for my next question. And let's say with you, Rebecca, and then we'll just sort of invert the order. What happens under a Trump administration? What are your expectations? And I think, if you want to, let's play it out. Like, what are the US's moves? What is China's moves? What are like partners and allies moves, and how does this all, play out in the various sectors?
Yes, so my own expectations are rather bleak, I'm afraid, on a number of policy fronts, starting with the future of the European defense and security architecture, starting with, first and foremost, Ukraine's future as a free and democratic country. A lot of Europeans share this concern with me, but I'll try to stay focused on sort of the current debate on China and U.S. China relations that we're having here in Europe. I think most in Europe expect or worry about two things. The first is the fact that a Trump administration will be probably a lot more difficult to work with in a number of areas, and that, of course, includes technology policy and tech competition with China. I think it's necessary for Europe to prepare for a more unilateral approach that's maybe less accommodating towards allies and partners. And that for Europeans means being more proactive at setting our own priorities and enforcing our own rules. This will become even more urgent. If Europe doesn't want its tech relationship with China to be sort of decided in Washington, which is the complaint I often hear, well, then it needs to have the political will, the structures, the resources, and also the analytical and the enforcement capacity to be more active on its own. And of course, this is easier said than done at a time of budget constraints, funding cuts. We're seeing the rise of populist forces all around Europe. We're seeing a divided EU, and we also need to prioritize our own defense spending. But ultimately, I also want to say that if EU member states haven't been always as concerned about technology transfer to the PLA, the growing alliance between Moscow and Beijing should really make them change their minds, because technology that flows to China can flow to Russia and then fuel its war machine in Ukraine. This is the conversation I think that we're having more and more in many European capitals. technology transfer to Russia from China is already happening. And frankly, it's beyond me that Europe hasn't been more forceful in its response, because a number of red lines were crossed, and China, frankly, has basically seen incurred in almost zero costs. And I think that's a problem. Now, the second thing, and I'll finish quickly, that Europeans worry about is competitive pressure on their industries. China's ambitions to sort of capture entire technology value chains is challenging the very fabric of Europe's industrial base. And that's why when we talk about China and technology in Europe, actually the conversation isn't mainly about national security, but it's rather about economic security. And green technologies are a case in point, in an area that you know a lot better than I do, Ilaria. China is doing all it can to derail de-risking. For example, by introducing its own export controls, as Kevin mentioned earlier. All this makes it even more urgent to reach some kind of transatlantic trade and technology deal. What Trump will demand of Europe for such a deal is, of course, up for discussion, and we'll see after January. But what's clear is that Europe is going to find itself in a pretty difficult position. And I think the question I get from everyone isn't about technology, but rather, you know, what do we do if we have two trade wars at the same time? How do we deal with that? Because frankly, we don't have the bandwidth to deal with both. Not a very optimistic note for me.
Not very optimistic, but I think quite interesting. And, you know, I think that's actually, I'm in Brussels right now, and it mirrors many of the conversations that I'm having at this moment. Although I think I'm less hopeful than you are on a U.S. EU technology and you know, trade agreement of some kind. I think that's been challenging enough under the Biden administration. I would have even less hope under the Trump administration, but one can always hope. And let me move on to Kevin. Kevin, what do you expect under Trump administration? I would actually encourage people, if they can be really specific about like specifics they expect, like, you know, I appreciate that Greg took a stab at like what export controls might be coming in the last days of the Biden administration. Like, please, like, this is the moment to, December is the time to make predictions for the next year.
Well, if I keep my day job hat on as an investor, I would call this the too hard to answer pile of question. But since we're doing policy analysis here, I'll try to be specific. I think there are actually two thoughts that I feel relatively confident about happening in the next 4 years. One is that whatever the substance of the U.S. China relation might be, which is unpredictable, the process in which we get to those substances is actually highly predictable, which is very much a leader-to-leader negotiation dynamic. And we actually saw, again, some very clear signals of that in this extraordinary December, where Trump admitted during his Meet the Press interview, a very long, you know, hour-plus interview that's very much worth watching in its entirety, where he admitted, I believe, unprompted, twice, that he has had a very recent conversation with Xi Jinping. And if you do a little bit of the timeline check, you know, the interview was taped last Friday, and he said he had the conversation as recently as 3 days ago. We can confidently say this call happened earlier last week, yet there is no official readout from either the Trump campaign team or the transition team, nor from the Chinese side. But we can see this good personal relationship dynamic that Trump would like to project to the world as very much front and center in the way we figure something out, let's just say, right? Where the interagency process that we're quite used to under the Biden administration is probably dead when it comes to a lot of these things. It'll be very much a Trump-Xi discussion that just gets filtered out, whatever those results might be. That's number one. And the second thing that, again, you know, trying to be specific and maybe a little bit non-consensus here, I do think there is a low not zero, but low probability that one of the key Chinese national champions that do hold a clear technology advantage, perhaps CATL, perhaps BYD, will be allowed to enter the United States if they build a factory here, if they hire Americans, if they actually do some technology transfer as well as a way to enter the US market in a very new dynamic, which I could see that happen in the Trump administration, which would, again, be low probability, but has some very high asymmetric impact to this relationship. So those are my two predictions, if you will, in this December.
Great, thank you for that. And I think let's pin that last one, and maybe like we can come back to, I think low probability, high impact outcomes are always fun to discuss. Greg, what are you expecting, and what are you thinking for the future?
Well, I appreciated that Kevin added that his prediction was a low probability prediction, as in he's actually predicting that won't happen, but wouldn't it be interesting if that happened? I agree. I think it won't happen. But my prediction, I think, comes back to, first I want to comment on something Kevin said about the interagency process. It's true that there are examples that I've heard of, in the first Trump administration, where literally something was scribbled on a napkin on Air Force One, and then that was the direction, that U.S. policy went after, whatever was written on that napkin. But I don't think the interagency process is going to be dead. And the reason I don't necessarily think that is because there's going to be political appointees who believe that they have been appointed by Donald Trump, just as anybody else has been appointed by Donald Trump. I think about, for example, Senator Marco Rubio. He is someone who, as a senator, every time the Biden administration released a new round of export controls, he criticized it as not strong enough in this way, having too many loopholes in this way, forgetting to entity list all these bad companies. And now he's Secretary of State. And I have a hard time thinking that as Secretary of State, he's just going to say, well, the White House is in the driver's seat, or the Commerce Department is in the driver's seat. I think he's going to want, to retain the authority that the State Department has had historically in the interagency process. I'm not saying that will be true of every department. I'm not saying the interagency process will be as robust and as time intensive as it has been in the Trump administration, but I don't expect it to fade into total obscurity. I think there are still some big personalities here who are going to want to have their voices heard. Now, in terms of where all of this might go, I do think that the Trump administration is going to want to look at these export controls and ask themselves if it isn't all just a big giveaway to the lawyers. The most recent round of export controls was more than 200 pages long. The earlier rounds were also similarly long. They're extraordinarily complex. I've heard people say, there's only 2 or 3 lawyers on planet Earth who have a credible claim to understanding the totality of these export controls and their full implications. And really who wins in these incredibly complicated export controls is the lawyers, who are in charge of collecting fees on billable hour basis to help companies navigate all of that complexity. And so that leaves me wondering if there isn't going to be more of a simple approach that becomes attractive to the Trump administration. I'm thinking back to an unfulfilled promise of Paul Ryan when he was Speaker of the House. He said taxes are going to be so simple you can fill them out on a half-page note card. That's going to be your tax forms. It would be interesting if the Trump administration promised something like that for export controls, really simple rules, which by necessity are going to be much more blunter tools, because that's what simplicity would imply.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful to think about and things to keep in mind while watching the new administration sort of take shape. Sam, what are you expecting? What are you looking out for under a Trump, the next administration?
So I think that Kevin and Greg's comments get at a fundamental question that I have. I see there's really 2 paths that we can take, and we don't know how this is going to pan out. One is, and I think there's a lot of rumors, they're going to be a grand bargain, right? Are now suddenly our export controls going to be seen as leverage. Then the question is, but to what end? What does the US actually want to achieve? Because if you go back to this question of, AI as a generational technology, this isn't necessarily something that is bargainable. And this is where I think you see a kind of incoherence within the Trump administration. If you look at, a Marco Rubio and a Mike Waltz, these are very seasoned, very serious, and I would argue sort of ideologically driven in their approach to confrontation with China, whether it's on trade, whether it's on human rights. And so how do you have a sort of senior officials who are put in these positions with, with that background at the table to negotiate away these tools as simply leverage? And is Trump going to simply be referee among a set of advisors who are national security hawks, trade hawks, and then the business community, many of whom would have significant upside in such a grand bargain if anyone could articulate what that would look like? The reason I think that NVIDIA and actually before that Intel are very interesting bellwethers to watch. Keep in mind, so before the antitrust investigation announced about NVIDIA today, Intel, there was not an official investigation, but a very influential Internet Industry Association in China published an article earlier this fall recommending a cybersecurity review of Intel. That is the same tool that was used by Beijing to essentially cripple Didi, the ride-hailing app, after it didn't get the right nods of approvals before its IPO, its sort of IPO debacle. Now, this doesn't. I think that Intel, NVIDIA, and the rare earths, these, and as well as some of the other moves recently by Beijing that Kevin mentioned, this is China basically signaling to the Trump administration, the ball's in your court. We're ready to exact real significant costs in a way that we have not done so before, right? China has not pulled the trigger in a meaningful way. When they've done sort of tit for tat retaliation, they've put on the entity list, a sort of defense contractors that really have no meaningful business footprint in China. But they've now lined up a series of tools that say, we're ready to play ball, Trump, here we go. So is this the beginning of a deal? I think that the way that the Intel investigation was announced was interesting because it provincially provides a path for Intel to respond to the violations and enter into a rectification process. Now, does it go down that path if things start to kind of cool off in the U.S. China relationship? Or is there going to actually be, we're going to see with Intel, which is seen as a U.S. national champion, the same kind of fate that befell Micron and the Chinese ride-hailing app Didi when it went through its cybersecurity investigation. So I think we're going to see a lot of sort of refereeing between these very contradictory stakeholders within the Trump team. And to Kevin's point, that's a really interesting one. Is Trump where's the center of gravity going to be? Is it going to be in Trump, where Trump is, or is it going to be Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz or the Commerce Department? And these are all things we have to watch.
Thank you so much. And I think this is what I'm hearing, generally speaking, in this panel, but I mean, more broadly, I think there's questions over, process of, just how policy is going to actually be thought through, developed, and then implemented in under a Trump administration, right? Where is the center of power, really? And specifically also for different areas of focus, right? This is an administration that's coming in with like very big policy objectives that will require a significant effort well beyond sort of China relevant and tech relevant policy, right? Immigration, the civil servants, government reform, etc. So I think that's one question. And the other one is, what is the end goal, right? And I think that's a broader conversation also on the U.S. and obviously our panel prior talked about U.S. China relations, and this is more focused on tech, but I think it's still relevant, right? Is there, is the end goal decoupling? Is the end goal insulating certain industries? I think, or is there, a grand bargain to be had? So I think those are all things we can keep in mind. And I wanted to actually just turn. Greg, you have a question. Then I wanted.
I wanted to jump in on something that Sam said, which sparked something for me. So, she was pointing out how the Chinese are telegraphing pretty openly that they're not just going to sit by and let this happen. If the Trump administration comes at them in a very hard way, whether that's with tariffs, whether that's export controls, they have tools available to them and they are willing to use them. Now, I think it's interesting if you sort of compare that with the Biden administration's prior logic around export controls. What the Biden administration had previously said is China does not have good response options. That's why we feel confident in using these types of export control authorities, because we feel like we sort of hold the high ground in the relationship, and China can unambiguously hurt us. But in order to do so, they would have to hurt themselves significantly more. And that's why we feel confident in taking the actions we've taken. Now, I think if you sort of extend that logic now to a Xi Jinping led China in 2025 that has spent 4 years, really rejiggering its economy with a priority around resilience in the face of U.S. pressure and U.S. allied pressure, you may find that China sort of says like, yes, we recognize that to hurt you, we have to suffer some pain ourselves, but we're ready at this stage to show you just how good our pain tolerance is. And I think that's sort of a very real scenario that we could find ourselves in over the next 4 years.
Great. Actually, that is, that dovetails perfectly with my question, which was like, let's turn to China, right? We're talking about U.S. policy, we're talking about the thinking in Europe, but I think, just trying to think through a little bit what the situation is in China, right? There's been certainly, the government also has different priorities, but also has been preparing for 4 years. And in fact, somebody was telling me, every capital in the world has been planning this out for the past 4 years. Has Washington been planning it out as well? And that's, a question we'll have to sort of wait and see exactly how this plays out. And I think that's perhaps even more relevant for the sort of trade discussion than, specific tech and export controls. But I think, if let's see, Rebecca, I know you've been thinking a lot about China and Beijing's policies on science and technology. And Kevin, I know you also, have been following very closely these topics. Do you have thoughts on how this, on what you expect, how Beijing is thinking about this and how they may react?
Yeah, sure. So actually, China's export controls regime and how it's been developing is a topic that we've been doing quite a bit of work on, and we published a report on this very topic in the summer, in which we actually argue that I think it's not always right to look at China's actions as sort of tit for tat retaliation, because they are very much playing the long game. And we're seeing that with export controls as well. Oftentimes, what they're trying to do is to use this instrument, which is traditionally, designed for national security objectives, for counterproliferation objectives, to actually keep technology value chains within China. That's what they're trying to do. Something that's very interesting about the Chinese regime is, for example, the fact that they have a parallel export control regime that sits under the foreign trade law, and that's a legacy regime that sits sort of in parallel with the regime that sits under the export control law of 2020. And they explicitly talk about that in terms of economic security. And they don't see that as something that they want to use for dual use technologies, but rather as something that they can use to control for nominally civilian technologies. Europe is actually experiencing that. Sweden in particular had a period of time where they weren't getting, its companies weren't getting any graphite from China anymore. And that was, unofficial. It was basically a de facto export ban that the Chinese put in place. at a time when Chinese companies, so Chinese competitors to European battery makers, were setting up shop in Hungary and even in Sweden to produce graphite anodes. So I think we're beginning to see also China's use of some of these tools that we talked about for explicitly industrial policy objectives where they can. I will add, however, that we're also seeing a lot of debate within China's industry about the risks and the benefits of export controls. And so while I do agree with Greg that I think China is willing now to shoulder more of a cost, to really respond more forcefully to U.S. restrictions. I also think that they continue to struggle with this balancing act between, on the one hand, inflicting damage on foreign companies, and on the other hand, trying not to inflict damage on their own industries. And one example I'm thinking about is when they considered, MOFCOM considered to impose export controls on solar technology used to make solar panels. There was quite a lot of debate among Chinese industry about that. There was a lot of criticism, Chinese companies saying, well, that's going to hurt us if you do that in foreign markets. And then MOFCOM actually walked back from that proposed restriction. This is just one example. Now, will Xi Jinping's administration continue to listen to industry? Well, he doesn't really have a track record of thinking about economic efficiency. I think security comes first. Xi Jinping isn't well known for being a great economist, and so I do think that we'll continue to see this trade-off between security and development, and it's the jury is out there whether China will refrain from taking actions that damage its own interests. But I also wouldn't underestimate the trade-offs and the kind of costs that they themselves are facing, because especially in Europe, we tend to overemphasize China's, leverage, China's dominance. And while they do have this leverage, particularly when it comes to critical minerals, we tend to see that they impose retaliation in areas where they have less to lose, and touching economic sectors that they think are a bit less strategic. At least that's been the playbook when it comes to economic coercion, something that Europe knows very well. And so let's see how far they're willing to go.
Well, Rebecca, I must say I'm quite surprised by your remarks, because according to these articles that I read in China Daily and the Global Times, Xi Jinping is an economic genius. So,
well, on that note, I was going to say, I think that underscores the challenge that exists for every country as they balance economic security and sort of economic growth objectives, right? And I think certainly in the U.S., there are certain debates around, export controls, et cetera as well. And I think also this is going to be really interesting to watch as Chinese companies internationalize, certainly in the clean tech space, which is the area where Chinese tech is, highly desired by many other countries, and certainly in Europe, right? The debate right now is how to leverage Chinese technology and investment. So I think that's going to be really interesting to watch as Chinese companies, of course, like all multinationals, will have an interest in sort of seeding something in order to gain a market share, but that might not always be in the sort of within the sort of strategic framework that Beijing has in mind. Kevin, let me turn to you on what your thoughts are on how Beijing is thinking about this and this tech competition and the coming Trump administration.
So supplementing what a lot of folks have said, first of all, I'm with Sam on the point that I think a lot of the actions that we are seeing when it comes to China's own version of export control or anti-monopoly investigation or something else that we may haven't seen yet are all adding chips onto the table. Right? We may not get a grand bargain, but you can't have any bargain or any negotiation if there's no chips on the table to begin with. So both sides are adding chips. And also, I think the decks are being shuffled in interesting ways that may defy previous logical connection, right? We've seen President-elect Trump tie tariffs directly to fentanyl precursor as well, right? So we'll see a lot of these things that does not really connect before all being shoved into the center of the poker table, if you will, and then we'll see what happens after that. I think there are a couple of things that are more specific from the Chinese side that I just find really interesting and maybe a little bit counterintuitive. I've been digging into a little bit of this anti-monopoly investigation on NVIDIA, still a pending issue, obviously, but I actually think this is an interesting admission that next year will be quite tough for the Chinese AI development process because NVIDIA's latest product, Blackwell, is about to hit a volume production around the world. And that is obviously very much within the small yard of export control. And it has, multiple orders of magnitude of compute power, theoretically, to really boost AI advancement when it comes to frontier models. And the reason why I think this investigation is important is that, one, I don't think it shows that China has caught up on advanced GPUs just yet. The reason being the investigation is actually about the bundling of NVIDIA's networking technology with its own GPU, which the same regulator has permitted when NVIDIA tried to buy this Israeli company called Mellanox 4 years ago. And the same regulator granted the acquisition on the condition that the Mellanox networking technology will not be tightly coupled and bundled with NVIDIA's AI accelerator technology going forward. At the time, NVIDIA already has, by this regulator's own estimation, 95% market share in China, and Mellanox has about 80% or 70% market share in China. Yet, we haven't gotten to any investigation until 4 years later, when the next generation Blackwell product does have this very tightly coupled relationship between Mellanox networking technology called InfiniBand and the NVIDIA GPU. And for folks who track NVIDIA's earnings very closely, it has already started to break out networking revenue as part of its financial statements as well, which of course InfiniBand falls under in that category. So in my view, China still needs to have the best technology it can get its hands on to keep advancing in AI, whether in part or in whole from NVIDIA or other places. So I think that is a very interesting development. And one last quick thing, and I will be quiet, which is I want to double click on what Rebecca mentioned, which is this company called DeepSeek. I think this is a company that everybody needs to learn more about. It is a hedge fund turned AGI model builder. It got no outside funding. And I think what's most important is that this is a tiny team in China that is all pure domestic talent. None of the people who work on the R&D team studied or work in the US, at Google, or at UK, or other Western countries. They're all domestically kind of incubated PhDs and, coding geniuses and whatnot. And I think, and they released some of the most advanced models that Rebecca has mentioned that is very much on par, at least in terms of benchmarking with OpenAI's best models. Now, it's very TBD. It's still a very mysterious organization, but there are signs out there that China's taking its own sort of position, if you will, as we need to advance at the very bleeding edge level and not just be a fast follower, which has been both the perception and something that the Chinese tech community has been quite good at up to this point, but is no longer enough.
Great, thank you. That's really valuable and I think helpful in thinking about this. I am mindful about time. I am happy though that there were a few questions from the public, and I think sort of tackled most of them, so I think people will probably be happy with that. So I was going to go to Sam, who I know has had a comment to make, and I'm also going to ask people to start thinking about their last comments before we wrap this up. Obviously we could keep going for a whole day here, but unfortunately we'll only have an hour. Sam.
I'll just highlight briefly, as far as looking for signals coming out of China for how the leadership is thinking about weighing economic growth and national security objectives. Last year, the Cyberspace Administration of China they completely overhauled their cross-border data transfer approval regulations. And reportedly, the premier stepped in when it was becoming a completely unworkable system for Chinese domestic companies that need to operate globally, as well as multinationals operating in China, there was a deep pessimism that they wouldn't be able to send data out. And so I think the overhaul of that regime to allow more ordinary data, business data, to flow out of the country is just one interesting signpost as we look at, one, how responsive is this leadership to concerns from the business community that cut against national security objectives, and where are they able to take concrete action? So I advise folks to look more into that development to understand that debate.
Thank you. Let me gather everybody's last thoughts, and then I'll give some of my own thoughts on how, this panel, which was really interesting. I learned a lot. So let me go. Let's go to Greg. I think you were not the last one to speak. So
sure. So I want to just throw out some kind of food for thought things. These are not really strong predictions, but they're something that I wonder if folks in Europe think about this. I wonder if folks in Asia outside of China think about this. But in the Cold War, the high watermark of Soviet GDP as a share of U.S. GDP happened in the Arab oil embargo, because the Soviet Union exported a lot of oil. It was very helpful to their economy that oil prices were so high, and they reached 40% of U.S. GDP. That was the highest they ever got. If you include U.S. allies like Europe and Japan, obviously the Soviet Union was much smaller than 40%. And if you ask yourself, the United States has a GDP per capita that's about 4 times as large as that of China. China has a population that's about 4 times as large as that of the United States. And that's why their GDPs are, more or less the equivalent. But if China was to the primary source of the U.S. greater GDP per capita is the greater level of our technology and the effectiveness with which we apply that technology in order to generate economic output. So if hypothetically China was to, reach parity with the United States overall in technology, you can imagine a world, just doing the very simple linear algebra, highly oversimplified equation here, where the Chinese economy is 4 times as large as that of the United States. That's a much more difficult situation than we faced in the Cold War, and not by a small margin, by like a massive margin. That's a much more difficult state of affairs. When the Soviet Union fell, it was possible to have 5 simultaneous long-distance calls out of Moscow. That was what their commercial economy was capable of generating, 5 long-distance calls from their capital city simultaneously. It was really helpful that the quote-unquote explicitly commercial technology base of the Soviet Union was really lousy. That was really useful in competition. And so as we're sort of thinking about this new era where Chinese politicians and U.S. politicians have no hesitation, and even to a certain extent European politicians have no hesitation about calling China the adversary, calling the United States the adversary, et cetera, et cetera. It sort of raises the question of what do we want out of the larger relationship, and how do we view commercial progress in dual-use technologies. It sort of is taking on a different tone, and it reminds me of how we viewed it, the story, of course, in the Cold War, which was very different. This is my last point here. The export control system that we have now, the multilateral export control system, is the Wassenaar arrangement, and that is a consensus-based system. The only way an export control requirement applies is if everybody in the arrangement agrees to that control. The export control system we had in the Cold War, COCOM, was a veto-based system. If any country objected, the export did not go through. So Greece was in a position to block America from exporting to the Soviet Union if they wanted to exercise that right under the COCOM Pact. And I think that, as the relationship changes, some of the sort of fundamental assumptions about what we're trying to achieve and the circuit, what we're willing to tolerate on both sides, I think is highly likely to evolve pretty quickly.
Well, that's certainly some food for thought, right? And I think that's, in a way, though, that's what I was getting at earlier, right? This is probably an inflection point in many ways, right? And we should be probably thinking about what the global governance structure looks like, not just in trade, but also in tech, as well as other areas. Who else do I have? Rebecca and then Kevin.
Yes, I'll just be very brief because I'm mindful of the time. I think one key word that, from a European perspective, will define, the future of both the transatlantic relationship and the future of EU-China relations is extraterritoriality. I think I agree that we are in a new era. We're in a new phase where Europe and European companies, I think, will increasingly find themselves squeezed in the middle. And that's why I keep emphasizing the point of Europe needing to make its own decisions and having both the political will and the capacity and the capabilities to make those decisions. One example is, the foreign direct product rule from the U.S. side, which I think also, if I read some of Greg's remarks correctly, under a Trump administration might be used more, or at least some of those tools that are in place haven't been used to their full extent. So the U.S. does have the ability to control technology that is produced elsewhere, as we know, if it's made with or contains U.S. technology, software, etc. And there are a lot more companies. I'm thinking about German component makers and other European tech companies that could be caught in the middle if a Trump administration decided to just go unilateral and tell European allies, look, you're not playing ball. We are going unilateral because we do think that restricting Chinese tech progress is our national security objective. If you disagree, well, we'll just do it. On China's side, we saw an interesting update to China's implementing regulations on dual-use export controls, where they're trying to basically also put in place a version of the foreign direct product rule. So they're looking at the US's regime as a model, and they're saying, okay, we want to make sure that if Chinese companies produce overseas, they don't circumvent Chinese export controls. And we want to make sure that if technology or products are made abroad using Chinese technology, export controls can apply. So China is also doing that. And another example is, I think, what Sam mentioned earlier, which is the ICTS rules. That is something that European companies are only beginning to really wrap their brains around, because on the one hand, in China's market, they're being told, look, you need to replace American or European, for that matter, software and hardware with indigenous Chinese technology. So they're being pushed to indigenize in China's market. On the other hand, I think we may see a situation where German car makers that are heavily invested in China will be told, look, if you want to sell your cars to the US's market, you need to purge all of Chinese software component and hardware from your cars to do that. So we're seeing this decoupling. And my prediction is that under a Trump administration, this game of extraterritoriality is going to be accelerated by both sides, and other countries will increasingly find themselves in the middle and have some tough choices to make.
Kevin, closing thoughts. We're already over time, but tell us what you think.
All right, 2 minutes. In the spirit of making more low probability, high impact predictions, I think AI has been the wrapper actually around all of the stuff that we've been talking about. And there are signs that OpenAI may declare that it will reach AGI in the next couple of years, possibly as soon as next year, if only to get out of its highly coupled relationship with Microsoft on a commercial level. So that is another thing that I've been thinking about a lot. And if that declaration does get made, and the race to AGI has been such a big overarching theme in the U.S.-China tech relationships, what could that mean to upend this dynamic and everything we've been talking about is really interesting. So I welcome all of you who also think about this in the middle of the night to let me know what you think, and we can go from there.
Well, thank you so much. I think, there's a lot of, sort of points that I'll be taking away to think about more. One is, I think, a broader, point and I think challenge of how we're entering an era where most countries, and certainly I think Beijing and Washington, are trying to refocus and apply sort of a economic security paradigm on the existing economy, and yet that does not entirely transpose in a very easy way, right? There's economic costs, there's economic trade-offs, there's other trade-offs involved, there's challenges in implementation, there's also challenges in foreign policy and coordination. How do you actually make this work? This is definitely going to be, I think, a challenge for China in the coming years as it tries to ramp up its own leverage vis-a-vis other countries, and I think certainly for the United States. But I think we're moving into a direction where we still have a lot of questions on what the priorities and the modus operandi of the Trump administration are going to be. But I think we know what the challenges are that they're going to be facing. We know what they are inheriting in terms of the tech competition from the Biden administration. And I do hope we'll keep the conversation going. Maybe in a year we can all reconvene and evaluate how things have evolved over the course of 2025. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. Thank you so much to our wonderful panel, Rebecca, Kevin, Greg, and Sam. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you to Stanford for their partnership with Big Data China. Have a good evening or a good day wherever you are.